go. Lights.
Hello?
Lights.
Fernando.
Sitting here talking.
How you doing? John Spytek, how you doing?
I appreciate you calling.
We're going to be thrilled to make you the first pick in the draft here and welcome you to the dark side.
Welcome to night 2 of Team NBS Media's draft coverage here on Team NBS Media. Of course, the amazing Greg Rector, Bill Carroll, and Randall Slifer here. And, of course, you have Jeff Barnes hanging out with these guys who's just going to be sitting here hanging out, talking ball with them because they did all the work this year. I'm just the guy that gets to come in and slide in a suit this year. So, guys, we had an eventful day 1. We're going to dive right into that in a minute. We've just been alerted that as we start day 2.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade.
I'm hearing that the Texans have jumped onto the clock. Yeah. So I'm going to confirm that. But, my alerts are going off just like I feel like Adam Schefter right now, as I'm sitting here, But this is the perfect time for Bill to tell us best availables.
Yes. Well, two things. One is I think we're going to see that alert a lot. I think we're going to continue with the theme from the first night of many teams maneuvering around the board. Obviously, Jamar McCoy has a medical concern, and that's I believe the only reason he was there past pick 1 or 11 or so. And obviously that he's available day 2 is because of that. But Jamar McCoy is, for me, far and away the best player still available. Other players that I believe in and believe will have a really good NFL career when they land wherever they land. Jacob Rodriguez is a guy I've been very high on. Denzel Boston, of course. I know some people have him at wide receiver 1 or 2. I'm not that high on him, but he's certainly one of the top 4 receivers in this draft class. Colton Hood, of course, the wingman, or would have been wingman to Jamar McCoy if he'd been healthy, who ended up becoming cornerback 1. TJ Parker, of course, Brandon Cisse, Caden McDonald, Malik Muhammad, and Avion Terrell. And I'll throw in, for fun, I guess, Zach Branch and Jalen Kilgore are all guys that I think will hear their names in the next dozen or so. Maybe not in that order, but the next dozen or so picks, I think you'll hear all those names called. And because teams have different values of different players, at some point we'll get into like how teams build boards, but you're going to see a lot of movement because one team that isn't all that excited about a particular player doesn't mean another team or 2 or 3 teams sometimes are very excited about that player. And now if you're sitting in like a power position, you're going to get offers, sometimes multiple offers for a particular spot in the draft. And that's when the fun begins, when you get 2 or 3 teams sometimes bidding for one particular selection spot. The other thing to look out for, we saw a bit of a tackle run, and I'm not saying that's completely over, but the tackles that will play early are probably mostly gone. I think this is where the interior offensive linemen start to shine, right? Your day 1 right out of the box guards and centers are going to start to come off the board. I think by the 20th pick of round 2, you'll see 4, 5, maybe 6 interior offensive linemen already off the board. And by the time we get through round 3, we'll be well into the double digits, I believe, of interior offensive linemen. And unlike some of the tackles who will still be picked, but those are guys more like projects, Build-A-Bear, they sometimes call it. That's not true of these interior offensive line guys. These guys are going to step right in and, if not be handed a starting job, but they're going to win starting jobs very quickly. That's what I believe, at least.
Well, just confirming that was a false alarm.
Somebody just pulled the trade alarm and ran away snickering.
Yeah, so this is the beauty of you rely on X when it sends you alerts. The alert was not recent.
So those middling kids.
Yeah.
So false alarm. We still have the 49ers on the clock when we start the day in 3 minutes.
Oh my! They could just snag Kane McDonald right here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I've heard Derek Moore, which is surprising.
Not surprising to me. And yes, Joe is not going to be here. I did have Derek Moore as a highly rated edge this year.
He's very good.
So there you have it. Just like I did last year with Will Johnson.
Yep.
I'm perfectly fair when it comes to people from that school up north.
Well, you were on fire last night, Greg.
You were absolutely
you were.
ridiculously
Well played.
ablaze. And he's a well-rounded player. He can play the run. He can play the pass. He's not one of those guys who just gives you one thing. And while he's not the most nuanced pass rusher, he's mostly a power guy. He's got some potential. He's got a couple of moves that are pretty effective. And he's got long arms. He's strong. I think if he's well coached, he could turn into a really good the other guy, right? If you have the guy, your Nick Bosa, whoever on the other side, he's gonna be a really good partner to that guy.
Yeah.
So we're getting ready to kick off day 2. I haven't even turned my TV on. That tells you where we are with that. But nevertheless, each of you guys, since your youth, have followed teams right very closely. Give me an impression of day 1 of each of your drafts, your team's drafts, starting with you, Randall.
Yeah, I think Brandon Beane knocked it out of the park, in my personal opinion. I know that there was rumors that he was trying to trade up ahead of Cleveland Browns to take Casey Concepcion. I think that at that point he was the only target at pick 26 or in the first round. So he decided to start trading back. The heart of this draft is in rounds 2 to 4. And what he was able to do was basically before even the draft started, we had pick 26, pick 60, and pick 91. We ended up trading pick 60 for DJ Moore. And all his trade backs yesterday turned into pick 35, pick 66, pick 101, pick 125. So I think the way he maneuvered to get basically that second round draft pick, we got DJ Moore for now kind of like a free agent pickup sort of thing because we got all those draft picks out. And now we can fill the depth into the role, getting the 35th pick, 60th pick. And I would expect Buffalo to use that 101 to jump back into day 2 and get another guy and fill the starters that we need, which I love.
See, Brandon needed to call Jerry. You have to call Jerry.
I know. He should have. That's my one question. Is like if you called Cleveland, it was clear and obvious that Cleveland loved Casey Concepcion. Yep. So that's like a quick phone call, hang up sort of thing. You had to call the Cowboys or the Chargers if you wanted to beat them out. But that's not been revealed yet.
I don't believe there was any phone call to Jerry.
Not to Jerry. Jordan Reed was in an interview, and he said that Buffalo tried to go up for Casey Concepcion, and but that was it. They didn't disclose any more detailed information.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, not only were you on point yesterday, you had Downs fall into your lap at 11. You could have got him at 12, but you went up to get him at 11, just in case somebody tried to leapfrog you guys.
Yeah.
Then you turn around, you trade back, and you land Malachi. All right. You knew about Malachi Lawrence before it was even announced. So
that was so easy.
So tell Cowboys Nation how you feel about their picks yesterday.
That they made 2 great picks. And I went back and I watched against the run. Everybody says Malachi Lawrence is not good against the run. Teams were not running at Malachi Lawrence last year. They really weren't. They were running on the other side of the field. Guess what? Malachi Lawrence has enough fortitude to go and chase that running back from behind. If you've got that type of fortitude, you can handle being a good run defender. Bottom line. So, again, I don't buy this stuff that he's not that good at the run defense. Because the plays I saw, he was the guy from the other end who was coming and getting the running back. So again, if you're not being run on, there must be a reason why they're not running against you. Right?
Absolutely. Well, they could like the other guy even more. So that's another reason why.
That's right. That's right.
So, Bill, you've been waiting. You waited pretty late for the Steelers to get something going. How do you feel about their draft for round one?
Well, I was joking with my friend. Shout out to my friend Mark Chisholm if he's out there, about which offensive lineman the Steelers are going to take. I think they really had their eyes on Vega, but once that was not a possibility, I'm pretty sure that was their next option. They really could use an infusion of young talent, a lot of places, frankly, on this team. But if you don't have top flight depth of talent at the offensive tackle position, especially playing in a very defensive, I mean, look at where they play, right? Look, you play twice a year against your division. There's some pretty darn good pass rushers. I don't know if you've checked, but the Browns defense, not too shabby. The Ravens, pretty good. The Bengals obviously, lost Trey Hendrickson, but they're going to field, I think, a pretty good defense. You have to play your division twice. If your tackles are not good, they will be exposed often. So I like the pick. I think he's maybe a tiny bit in need of refinement, but he's not raw in the sense of not being able to go out there and play. His technique is still being tweaked. He still needs to get a little stronger in the core and the lower body, but those are all things I think will happen in an NFL strength conditioning program. And once again, he does have really good ability to move. He has not perfect footwork, but he has good footwork. And he's really good at survival footwork, right? Which is something some guys don't sort of teach themselves without being coached, is how when things are going badly they go from bad to worse. He recovers well, but as he gets stronger and becomes even more efficient, I think he won't have to recover as often. So, yes, I do like the pick.
All right. So the Niners are officially on the clock. Drew Pearson was front and center on stage. So at some point tonight, he's going to piss off the fan base there in Pittsburgh when he comes up to announce the Cowboys pick. I thought he might have done it in Dallas. No, he's there in Pittsburgh to annoy somebody. So
I wonder who. I don't understand why Drew's going up to Pittsburgh. I mean, going to Philadelphia was just fine. I wanted Larry Brown, who won the Super Bowl MVP trophy, to say, hey, we won Super Bowl 30 against you damn Steelers, and this is our pick.
Well, they sent him and Dorsett. Both of them are gold jackets.
Yeah.
Right.
Dorsett's a Pittsburgh guy with the University of Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Alex Cooper. Well,
you have.
But Dorsett did not beat the Steelers. See, I wanted Larry Brown there to say, hey, that's my MVP ring.
I would say that, except for the fact that they went and got 5 and 6. So I don't think there's not much we say to Steelers Nation right now if you're a Cowboy fan, because we were sitting there gloating 5, and then they went and got 5 and 6. So I think you gotta leave them and the Patriots alone right now. We don't poke those Bears. You can mess with the Giants and the Packers and everybody else and the Eagles, but Larry Brown should have been alone.
Larry Brown should have been the guy who said, hey, I got you, Steelers.
So let's talk about a couple of other teams that had some quality draft classes last night. Arizona was one of those teams, right? They start off the night, Jeremiah Love.
Yep.
And I have a message for Mr. Love from a former NFL scout that says, welcome to hell. And the reason is plain and simple, that first-round picks that are running backs for the Cardinals seem to have more success after they leave the organization. So, you look at Garrison Hurst, you look at Hightower and plenty of others. didn't have stellar careers in Arizona. They go elsewhere. OJ Anderson leaves, wins a Super Bowl with the Giants. You can name it. They've done more after they've left Arizona. So he's one of those. His message basically is, enjoy the lowlights. When you move on, you're going to have a great career.
And his expectations are through the ceiling, since now he is $50 million contract, number 3 pick, higher than the rushing leader. Like, you got a lot on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a lot of pressure.
Jeremiah Love will be just fine in Arizona. He doesn't have to go out and rush for 2,000 yards. If he carries for 900 yards and has 600 yards receiving, oh my, 1,500 yards as a rookie, I've done pretty well, you know? So everybody puts way too much expectations upon these young men.
Yep.
I want these guys to succeed in the NFL. I don't care what your individual numbers are. You're a part of a team. You are a part of a team. That's what this is what drives me nuts about always talking about the damn quarterback. No, the 11 men out there all matter.
You got me fired up, Craig. I'm ready to go run out the tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm ready to run out the tunnel, Craig. Here we go. Yeah.
And I didn't need any of that Ray Lewis BS either.
That's another thing I'd pay money, though, is to watch you do the squirrel dance, Greg. I would break up a crisp $20 bill for that.
I'm in. I'll chip in 20.
I just want to see it happen. That's all. I just want to see it happen. Gunny break down and do the Ray Lewis. That would be great. Yeah.
No, thank you. Not going to happen.
See, I can only do it in a chair. My knees wouldn't last the whole dance.
I would be much more like the guys from North Dallas 40.
Well,
that's how you open up a game.
That is. So quick fun fact, North Dallas 40, since we were talking about it. I got to meet and know a little bit one of the actors who, of course, was a terrific footballer himself, Tommy Riemann, Sr., who was a legendary coach, coached Mike Vick, Marcus Vick, Tyrod Taylor, Aaron Brooks, built an absolute factory as a coach. But he played Delma Huddle, the running back, who, of course, was trying not to go out there. And, oh, here we go. Pick is in. I will stop right there.
Oh, no, they're still talking. They haven't.
All right, then I will.
They're trying to go full time. Yeah.
Continue to bloviate, but he finally gets talked into a big game to take the pain killing shot. Goes out and absolutely destroys his lower leg. Yeah. And possibly puts his career in danger. But that young man at the time was also the last MVP of the WFL, the World Football League, had launched. Yeah, exactly. That had launched to some extent on the back of a bunch of disgruntled Miami Dolphins. Right? They got kicked. They got Zonka. They got Warfield. I think I'm missing one. Mercury Morris. I think all signed as I remember correctly, with the WFL. And the WFL, unlike the USFL, attacked head on against the National Football League, and of course, it was not successful. As opposed to at least initially playing in the springtime, they just went straight at it, and it did not work out. But the final, and of course, he had some stories, Tommy Riemann Sr., about checks bouncing, guys, leaving practice and jumping in their cars and speeding off to the bank to see if they could, get to the bank before the other guys, so their check wouldn't bounce. But somebody should do a really good 30 for 30 at some point about the WFL.
Forgotten Football League, and we have certain ones that seem to come back. USFL came back now as part of the XFL, and part of the UFL as it merged with the returning for the third time XFL. Yeah. We have the Continental Football League coming back. Yeah, so we have a lot of retroactive action. I'm just waiting for the World League of American Football to come back, since we seem to start bringing everything back. I would love to see the Orlando Thunder once again in them neon green uniforms. That would be amazing. Or the San Antonio Riders was amazing.
No, it's the Seahawks now play in that awful color. Let them carry on.
Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
There we go. Ole
Okay.
Miss wide receiver is the first player off the board. And
Interesting.
4.3 speed was pretty impressive at like that 6'2", little over 200-pound build.
Yep.
A lot of the end of the season did great work for him. Obviously, at Ole Miss, switching to Trinidad Chambliss was a learning curve, so his first half of the year didn't have a lot of great stats. But man, an outside X that's strong through physicality and high at the catch point. I get it for Brock Purdy for sure that you can throw those fades to the sideline, and he's that guy for it.
I like dribbling, but I had 3 receivers rated ahead of him. So that's interesting. He went before Boston. He went before Zachariah Branch. He went before Ted Hurst.
Yep. I have a couple ahead of Stribling past that as well.
But Stribling also had a very good the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
So that helped him. Malachi Lawrence, by the way, he didn't play at the Senior Bowl. He played at the East-West Shrine game, which to me is a far more important game. I don't care about this stupid shrine, not the stupid shrine, the Senior Bowl. The Shrine game means a whole lot more because of who it helps.
We have a question about Stribling's blocking. Of the receivers available at this point in the draft, he's about middle of the pack as a blocker. He gives effort. Yeah. He's not devastating. He's not Elijah Surratt. If you're looking for a guy who can like really block, like that's a guy who you really like.
Malachi Fields.
Fields is a terrific blocker. Hurst is an acceptable, solid blocker. But yeah, there's a handful of guys. If it's what you're into, there's a handful of guys who are a little more consistent and more powerful than Stribling.
Yeah.
Well, the Cardinals pick is in, so we'll wait for them to announce that, and we'll get to see who joins Jeremiah Love and Company down there in Arizona.
This could be a guard. Would you think?
Yeah, right.
Well, I aced the pick yesterday, and that was by luck. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. That's just me looking at their team and going, this seems like a good fit. They need a playmaker, and that was the best playmaker. Right now, this is a wide open here. And this guy on stage right now is like, they just drafted my replacement last night. So,
good point. There you go, Chase DeSantis.
James Conner also
his
career where? Where did James Conner start his career?
Pittsburgh. And he had a good Arizona Cardinals career after that, too.
Yeah.
He did.
Chase DeSantis. There he goes.
Yeah, that's my highest rated interior offensive lineman still left on the board. I'm a big fan of DeSantis.
Me too. Plug and play. He's week 1 without question stepping in there.
Yep.
Technical.
DeSantis was my guy.
Very technical. Not the greatest with anchor. You see him at times when he doesn't move bodies very well. He's a position blocker, but at times you'll see him get overextended in pass pro. So that's something they're going to have to work with him on. It's funny. They show the highlights, and come to the highlights, you see just that. He's overextended, reaching out. Loses the guy on a stunt, but the ball's gone. So there's going to be things they have to work with him on. He's going to face better guys inside, guys that understand how to use that power that they generate right off the ball. So he's going to have a bit of a learning curve to me. I think I like him, though.
Me too.
Yeah.
I had a first-round grade on him. Well, I had a first projected in the first round. My apologies.
Right. You had a top 32 grade on it.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I know.
Those are few and far between, Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Right.
So we're waiting on the Arizona pick. Buffalo, the Bills are on the clock.
There's been a lot. The most smoke out of Buffalo in these past 3 days is Jacob Rodriguez. Came out with reports of extensive homework. And then all the local media has been tweeting out about Jacob Rodriguez. I think that'd be a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
I mean, we were 29th or 28th in run defense. Caden McDonald really, really solves that problem on the interior. That'd be a great pick. I love that we traded back. There are so many good players right now, and we gained so much draft capital. Like a stick and pick at 26 would have been a little detrimental with how many we got and how many players are available right here. Cassius Howell could be a guy.
Oh,
You only want to have the Roger Ritas. Come on.
I love Jack. No, if I had to pick between Jacob Rodriguez and Caden McDonald, I'd probably go Caden McDonald. I do think he's the best nose tackle, and then you can get an inside linebacker like Jimmy Rolder in day 3, Red Murdoch in day 3, like that. I'm okay with that. But if I had to pick a linebacker right now, it'd be between Josiah Trotter and Jacob Rodriguez, and I think I would take Jacob Rodriguez and how he turns the ball and how he sees the field from the second level.
But again, at the NFL level, finding that football is going to be a different game than what he was used to at Texas Tech. A much different game.
If you had 11 turnovers, you cut it in half. I'll take 6 on this rookie year.
you know how fans are. You know how fans are.
Oh yeah, for sure, Greg. Yeah, 100%.
They'll attack that poor man like nobody's business because you did this. Hello.
He looks 228, not 232.
Yeah.
I'm going through some of the profiles we still had open, and there's still a lot of corners here.
Only 2 went.
So, we know about what was holding McCoy back, right? And it's the medical. But we didn't see. I got to go back.
TJ Parker.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So another Clemson D lineman comes off the board.
Yeah, we picked up Bradley Chubb in the free agency. He's obviously aging, coming off the year 2 of his ACL. So I do think that he'll be ready to rock and roll in like his old way. But with his aging and his injury history, you can limit it with TJ Parker kind of rotating out. I really do like the option of having Parker and Greg Rousseau on the other side because we're switching Greg Rousseau from an edge to an outside linebacker instead of making him a 4-eye or a 5. So you're going to have Greg Rousseau and potentially TJ Parker on those sides. When it comes down, he's got some great moves. He could set the edge really well. He's a dual guy, which obviously is coveted in Buffalo, being able to set the edge, defend the run, and at the same time be able to produce. He had a dip in production. I do blame his technique was still there in 2025 and who he was, but obviously Clemson was a little bit of a dumpster fire. He went from 12 sacks and 11 QB hits in 2024 to 6 sacks and 11 QB hits, but still had 41 pressures, and he was still contributing well throughout the season. So I like the pick in TJ Parker. I'm not surprised. They didn't do a lot of work on him in 2025, but in 2024, Clemson was the most scouted school for Buffalo. So they did their work early, and then it pays off here.
All right. Well, just like that.
That could explain part of the problem that the Buffalo Bills have if they're scouting Clemson that heavily.
What do you mean?
Clemson. Do you know who coaches that school?
Yeah, but do you know who the players were on 2024? That was a pretty good team. And we thought, at that point, Capehart was going to come out, and we were looking for interiors. Well, he decided to stay another year, and, so on and so forth.
Again, no, it's Clemson.
Whatever. Don't be surprised if 66 is Antonio Williams.
Oh, the hate for Dabo, has trickled down to his players, Greg. I tell you.
It has. It really has. My Dabo Sweeney just Brock and I wanted to fire Dabo
every week. Yes, every week we would sit there and we go through the results, especially when he was losing those first 2 games of the season. Y'all were really ripping into Dabo.
Oh yeah, get rid of that man.
So yeah, I'm shocked that you're throwing the shade down to his young men. So, but anyway,
I think he was right. His 2024 defense was playing properly, but whatever that coach did in 2025 was just absolute insanity to Parker and Woods and Williams and everybody else on that Clemson defense. It really was sick.
Yeah, they caught Texas A&M disease.
Yep.
Well, the Texans pick is in there at commercial, so we'll wait for them to come back. We're going to take some breaks a little bit more frequently than last night, as picks will be coming in frequently. You don't have to hear us talk about every pick. We can recap a bunch of picks at a time. So we got a longer night ahead of us, and then we got a long day tomorrow. The trivia will come in a little bit later in the evening as well. So make sure you're tuning in for all of this stuff. We appreciate everybody that's here early, and enjoy night 2 of 2026 NFL Draft.
I hope your third question is a much tougher question, Bill, because the first two were rather easy for me.
Good. Very good.
But again, I am older. So, yes, I knew it was 25 guys. I knew it was 1964 because that was the year I was born.
Yep.
So, I mean, okay, that was easy.
So, getting back to what I was saying, we have guys like Hood still on the board. We still have, of course, we talked about McCoy. We know about that. Avion Terrell still on the board. Where's the sweet spot for these guys to come off?
You've got sweet spots right now for the rest of the receivers, the corners, and these linebackers.
Yeah.
All right. So we got a trade here.
Big Keith Abney guy, too.
Okay. So the Texans move up to 36, and they get 117.
Hold on. I gotta
bust out that chart.
That's right. Oh, I got the chart ready. Just gotta get my notes ready so I can write down what they got, so I can match it up. So Texans get the Texans get what?
Well, I don't have it up on the screen anymore.
Let me see if I can find it. Texans traded up to 36. Houston receives 36 and 117.
117.
Las Vegas receives 38 and 91.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
So
Vegas jumped up 26 spots.
All right, so they move up. Houston moves up 2 now, falls back 16.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what the values are. Here we are. 36, 38 is only a 20-point difference. So 540.
And it's Caden McDonald who goes to the Texans. Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Another big body, right? So we haven't seen it. We haven't seen the skill guys start to really fly off yet. All right. 117.
But if you thought playing the Texans defense was bad last year, oh, Lord.
CJ Stroud, get in the lab all offseason, my man.
Like I said to Jeff when we were doing the epic mock together, if CJ Stroud stops talking about that man upstairs every 2 seconds when he's up being interviewed and puts his mind to playing football the way that you should, that's what you need, son.
Yeah.
You need your head in the game.
Yes, and you are young. You cannot say I'm not like how I used to be when I entered the NFL.
Yeah.
So the overpays continue.
Oh, yeah.
Overpays continue.
All right. So it was a 600 value, 36 and 117 to go up. The fall back to 28. Oh, they underpaid. Excuse me, not an overpay. It's an underpay. Because they gave up 91 and fell back to 17. The difference between 91 and 17, 76 points. So you gave up 20 by going back, and you gave up 56. You gave up 76 by moving up, and in the end, you had another 50 points you could have got out of that if you're.
Oh wow!
That's
like a fifth,
right.
You could have gotten a fifth round or even a late fourth.
Wow.
And the big man is in tears.
So
he stayed in Pittsburgh. He was a top 32 guy, and I like that he stayed in Pittsburgh to get his name called.
Yeah. So
it doesn't bother me at all to watch some of these guys cry.
As this year shows, they don't care about value when it comes to trades. They're going to move no matter what they got to do. All right. So whatever people could say about Matt Patricia, he seems to be increasing the value of his players coming out of Ohio State. The amount of Buckeyes that went in the top 10 defensively, and still going off the board now here early in the second.
Absolutely. Starting from week 1, too, that Ohio State-Texas game, Patricia had a lot to do with that start.
Yep.
Yep.
So I'm intrigued now as we have the New York Football Giants on the clock.
That's the New Jersey Midgets.
Well, I'm trying to be official, Greg. I mean, you know, I understand as a New Yorker, even though I live in Florida now, as a New Yorker that, you know, that's a Jersey team. But, you know.
If you're not playing in New York, I don't understand why you need the name. If you're not playing there,
you
know.
And quick shout out to Brian.
As a fan of a New York football team, it's overplayed for me because now people keep doing it consistently, like trying to say like Buffalo's the only New York team. I'm like, well,
they are. They are.
Okay, I get it.
I still say that the Jets will never succeed again until they move back into New York.
Question will be where, right? So the sad part is that almost happened. Oh, the Giants pick is in.
Yeah.
So look at that. We're starting to really go, not as fast, but they're going, right? Funny part was there was a push in the 90s when I was still a New Yorker, in my young years, for the Jets to come back.
Yeah.
Right. You know, they had the Meadowlands, the old Meadowlands Stadium, and they were making a push to come back, but into the city this time, not on Long Island, not in Queens. They were going to be in the city on the west side, not far from Penn Station and Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And the people that shot that down were the New York residents. They didn't want the New York City people. Said they didn't want the extra foot traffic and all the problems that come with another pro team in Manhattan, yada, yada, yada. They wanted affordable housing. All my life, there hasn't been affordable housing in Midtown Manhattan. There continues to not be affordable housing in Midtown. So that was a moot argument, but that was the strongest push to get the Jets to come back.
Yeah. I think that the other baseball team in that city should just give up, you know, and give Citi Field to the Jets.
Yeah, no, they're building a soccer stadium right next to it. So and we were just talking about corners, and there goes Colton Hood off the board.
Hood, finally, yeah.
So is anybody surprised that Colton Hood went ahead of Jermon McCoy? That must be something when it comes down to his medicals.
McCoy has that cartilage situation that is going to need another surgery, and people are not going to be waiting for this guy. So he's going to fall down this board.
Right. I think the next surgery was only like a 4 to 6 week recovery. Right. So it was not going to mess with his offseason or anything. I would have drafted Jermon McCoy here over Colton Hood. And I think I would have took it because his 2024 tape was CB1 for sure.
Apparently, though, this is the same surgery that Trayvon Diggs ended up having after his ACL. And so it was longer than 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. There you go.
So here's another angle on it. And maybe this is the case, and they're not talking about it. They can't, HIPAA, blah, blah, blah. Right? But could it be? See, you talk about cartilage. And as somebody with bad knees who's bone on bone, that stuff doesn't grow back. Okay? Nope. So when you start having cartilage issues, ligament issues can be fixed, and you can still come back strong. Cartilage, on the other hand, is an issue. And that's when you start to talk to that point of degenerative knee, right? Mm-hmm. So if this is going to be a long-term issue where he's going to have consistent issues with loose cartilage and cartilage tears in his knee, where he's going to be bone on bone and degenerative at some point, the question becomes, how long does this guy play? Because if you've seen over the years, guys have fallen because of that. We saw with Jeremiah Trotter fall. We saw Larry Allen fall out of round one because of that. You know, people talked about, degenerative knee. Well, one guy, Kevin Hardy, had that same issue, went high and never really played more than 5 quality years in the NFL, even though he had microfracture and everything else they could do to extend his career. Is that the case when it comes to Jamar McCoy. Are people fearing degenerative knee?
Yep,
Well,
that's what it is.
it's a valid thing to be nervous about.
That's right.
You know, as you pointed out, cartilage is gone. Once it's gone forever. And while there are some people working on coming up with essentially a fake or replacement, something, no one's quite nailed it yet. You know, the closest they've got is, you know, as you said, microfracture, which is not the same. Just wanted to give a quick shout out, Steve Rogers, our friend, and Mr. Brian Gavon is one of my favorite people out there in the small school evaluation world. And yes, Brian, the Bills do have a type when it comes to the edge defender types that they go after, and very few of them are your classic sort of quick twitch, you know, DPR types. They tend to like the sort of bigger bodied, hold the point.
Trade on just went to the Raiders. Excellent pick.
Oh.
Honestly, Bill, I thought that was a Sean McDermott thing, and I thought we might have seen a change in our edge approach after losing Sean McDermott. But we get Bradley Chubb is same style, and then you go DJ Parker's up.
Yep.
But you fired the head coach. You didn't fire your scouting staff. You didn't fire
your GM. Yeah. But
so,
he was very influential on what the front seven looked like. The way he moved, because it was interior pressure. Then you compress the pocket on the outside. That's what Sean McDermott would want to do. So I'm surprised that it was more of still a Brandon Beane thing. Fans are going to freak. It's going to be hysterical.
Yeah.
Traydon Stukes is one of the most versatile people in this class. I love. He put him anywhere in the DB room. He works. He's got a nose to the ball at all times. 4 interceptions, 6 PBUs, and his range is absolutely insane. He can flip his hips and reverse field and cover it. There's just wow. Like his highlight reel is one of the funnest highlight reels to watch because he's insane when it comes to those. So great pick. This is where he deserves to go. When a lot of people were talking about late day 2, he's a early day 2 guy.
Oh yeah. The thing I like about him, well, first of all, as you said, if you just stick him in the slot and don't do anything else with him, he's going to be a really good football player. But that's kind of a waste, in my opinion, right? I think some of his best tape is where, as you said, he's, cheating up close to the line of scrimmage and all of a sudden takes off, to where you don't think he's going to be, especially college quarterbacks don't think he's going to be there. Now they think they've got a fade route that's, wide open. And then where'd he come from, right? He's a terrific football player. And yeah, I was trying to sort of figure out some weird kind of way for him to make it to Pittsburgh in the second round, but I should have known it couldn't happen because we can't have nice things. But he is one of my favorites, as you just pointed out, for all the things you just noted, and a pretty darn good tackler. Maybe not quite elite, but solid, a solid, dependable tackler.
He is a DB, though. He is not just a safety or a corner. He is a DB because he can go on the outside and cover guys. He can go deep out in the middle, all that other jazz. He's a DB, which I think we need to get used to saying these guys are DBs.
Especially with how the defense is evolving, I tend to agree.
Right. Yeah.
He probably had to learn tackling because of Genesis Smith, right, Bill?
Yeah. Right.
he was next to him in Genesis.
That you have these two. They're both very fun players to watch, but very different.
Right.
Well, it's going to be interesting looking at how they add a very good player here. But what it's again, you look at that defense, it needs a lot more than just that, right? You look at the outsides, there's still work to be done there. You got Max Crosby back, which helps you, but you didn't have to replace him. But it wasn't like he was the be end all. He was the game changing pass rush they had because if you somewhat held him off, nobody else got to the quarterback. So you need pass rush, you need linebacker help, you need secondary help. Do they have enough draft picks to get all that done? No. You're gonna have to add the free agents to that mix. You're gonna have to come back next year and continue to build that defense, but at least you can start to build the building blocks of the future of this defense. And I think that's what they're at right now. Question is, how much more can you do in this draft to help you this year? Because once you get to a certain point, you're looking at special teamers, you're looking at role players, you're looking at guys that contribute 2-3 years down the road as potential starters, not guys that are going to walk through the door and help you right away.
Yeah, but okay, they did sign N'Kobe Dean and Quay Walker. They got Kwity Paye this year.
Lots of guys.
Yeah, they signed a lot of guys in free agency as well. So they have improved that defense through free agency. That's
I really thought they need to fix their right tackle. I think that is a big one. I think he allowed double-digit sacks last year, and they fixed the rest of the offensive line. I think you got to take care of that right tackle for Mendoza.
Boston's fine. Man.
And there's still plenty of guys available.
Well, looks like Denzel Boston finally off the board.
Woo.
So that's funny because Steve thought he was going to Vegas.
Wow. The Browns took Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. That's kind of fun, right?
So they are serious about fixing their wide receiver room.
No kidding. I do like Denzel Boston. He moves so well for a 6'4", 210 frame. He has a full route tree for 6'4", which is great. I love his whip route. His whip route is very impressive for his size. And then, his number one thing everybody talks about is contested catch, which I think is great. I'm curious to see how much of that will translate. He has very strong hands, high points the ball well, has really good sideline control, and that's obviously NFL caliber. And then being able to have that full route tree is impressive. I didn't have a top 32 grade on him because I felt if you put him in the top 32, you were chasing T. Higgins. I don't think he can get to T. Higgins level, but I think he can get close. He could get close enough where pick 39 is admirable for Denzel Boston.
What is it with big frame wide receivers named Boston? You had David Boston, Ohio State back in the day.
Yeah.
And here you have Denzel Boston. Another big frame wide receiver. Not as muscular though, but David Boston was like a bodybuilder. He had muscles everywhere. It was like unbelievable that a guy could run with all that muscle. But,
you remember? Do you remember the story that Jesse Hawley made the Cowboys on?
Yes.
You saw that man's six-pack, right?
Yep.
He had a decent six-pack at that point in time.
Yeah.
But he said when Tyron Smith showed up, he went, "Oh my God, I have never seen a human being built like that in my life." And he was just like, Like he was just totally stunned by Tyron Smith's body.
Yeah, well, Tyron Smith was a freak, right? You think of a tackle before him. Flozell, the only six-pack he had was in his refrigerator. But, but you look at, Jesus, I was just saying his name. Anyway, it'll come back to me. This is what happens, folks. I blank out with names all the time. All right, so he was a freak. He's almost as freakish as good old 99 that played with the Rams. All right. I mean, you talk about a guy that had about 0.5% body fat, but he's a D tackle. All right. Yeah. Well, you had the same thing with your left tackle. Okay, he was one of those freakish. There's not the typical left tackle built. We love for all of them to look like that. Most of them don't.
No.
They look more like the guy that's going to be chopping your tree down in your backyard. But it's we're getting away from the thick body linemen. I think because of the zone blocking types and all that stuff. But it's nice to have some of those guys at guard. You don't see them too much at tackle, right?
Yeah,
so Mason Thomas off the board.
There we go, Mason Thomas.
Yeah,
I had a top 40 grade on him, so I feel like this is right about where he should go.
Yeah, my favorite thing about R. Mason Thomas is in 2024, he basically just used his athleticism and explosion to get to the quarterback. I didn't see much of a plan or a lot of technique into 2025. I really think that he gained some high IQ, some technique into it, and then now uses his full package that he's available to use. But R. Mason Thomas, I mean, I guess the knock would be a little bit smaller on the arm length and at 240. So how's he going to adapt with the NFL in the bigger guys? But his explosion is off the charts. I think he was my edge 4 out of the summer, and he stayed around, still in the top 10. So 2 good years.
If you're wondering why you're not seeing Jerry Jones in the Cowboys war room, it's because they don't have a second round pick. So they're at catering right now. They'll be back in about half an hour. So they're about to announce the Bengals pick. This person looks familiar to me. I'm trying to figure out who this is, and they haven't mentioned his name. Ken Anderson.
Ken Anderson. Did you not recognize Ken Anderson?
Wow. I haven't seen Ken Anderson in a long time.
Oh,
Cassius Howell
should be in the Hall.
There he goes.
And by the way, Ken Anderson is another member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame who deserves to be in there.
Yeah, he should be.
A clown.
But he should be.
The last time I saw Ken Anderson, he didn't look like one of my neighbors. Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of retirees. So he looks like one of my neighbors now. You know, we all get that way. I'll get that way. But, you know, I didn't remember Ken Anderson looking like that. That's just me. So Cassius Howell. Speed
Demon. NFL ghost moves already, which is great. 1 percentile in arm length. That is probably why he dropped to 41.
That is exactly.
Yes, if he had 30, even if he had 32-inch arms, he'd probably go top 15.
Cassius Howell will be a much better edge player than Shamar Stewart. I'm sorry. He will be.
I think he has a better skill set than.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Shamar was more on the athleticism grade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Than it was on the overall film.
But Shamar doesn't have it up here.
That too.
I mean, Texas. He said that Texas A&M never really taught him, if I'm not mistaken. Like he was like, I didn't really come in like Texas A&M. I didn't really have much of a plan. They didn't tell him to have a plan, get his technique. So that's why he was just built on traits. I would like to see Shamar Stewart do something in the Bengals, even though I'm not a big fan of the Cincinnati Bengals, but still rooting for him.
Yeah, I mean, but you get that way. And when you talk about college football now, everybody talks about, the hard part in evaluating college players is 90% of them are not as developed as they used to be.
No.
It's because it's a win now kind of scenario now. You don't have guys for 3, 4, 5 years to develop them. You get them for 2, 3 max. And because everybody's moving around, a couple of kids that I coached a couple of years ago are now on the portal. So everybody's in the portal after a year or two, trying to find the right fit for themselves. Players are exercising the freedom to move around. So coaches are in. If you have some kind of experience, you come in here, you are plugging and playing. We're trying to win now. It's not about developing for the pros. We could care less. I got to keep my food on my table. Okay. So we're seeing that with the draft. And it's putting more of an emphasis on the NFL to develop these guys while they're young. Because if you don't do it, you'll wind up replacing them in 2, 3 years anyway. So the teams that do it well seem to have a lot of success with their draft classes. The teams that don't wind up trading them, they release them, whatever it is, right? Teams that build through the draft have a lot more patience than teams that just try to win and, add young players that can come in and find their way onto the team and do something for us. So I think if you have a plan for your rookies, they tend to work out. But if you're going to come in and just make them fend for self and throw them in the deep end, you're going to constantly recycle your young players.
Agreed.
I'm getting all a bunch of agrees. Even the boss agrees. Look at that.
Yeah.
So the question now is, does Emmanuel McNeil-Warren leave the board?
Got to, right? Why would you not?
I think his name's coming up soon.
Miami needs him. Chris Johnson and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren would do
Chris
stuff for
Johnson.
Miami's
Chris
DBs.
Johnson is higher on my board than McNeil-Warren is.
Chris Johnson corner?
Yeah.
Oh, he was yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. So then add Emmanuel McNeil, and then
Yeah.
that's 2 good pickups for their DBs.
Yeah.
I mean, We haven't seen Terrell go.
D'Angelo Pons could be a good.
That was another one I was about to mention.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or Keontae Scott too.
Yeah.
Randall, you're looking sharp.
I'm not a salesman. I can't do it. I went from black to, I don't think you can see it, but it's dark purple. I don't think it shows on the camera. When we were talking about changing colors yesterday.
Yep.
It was like an eggplant.
Yeah, eggplant.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Mauve.
Aubergine. Yes. There we go.
Well, we got another commercial.
Yes. So, like, if you got the reference I was making as far as the attire, so yesterday was black with the white, now it's white with the black. So,
Nice. There you go.
spy versus spy.
Right.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. So, we're waiting for the Dolphins to make up their mind. They got a lot of things to think about.
Yes.
Christian Miller was a good pick. This was pretty much my floor for him as well.
Yep.
Good technical Georgia guy. I thought he was going to be a target for Buffalo as well. Can play anywhere really on that line except edge. I love that he can handle nose tackle, but also 3-tech 5, 4-eye, can do it all.
Yep. Yeah, really versatile player.
So, we're seeing Basantis go off the board. Anthony Hill still hanging around.
Yep. Yeah, other players that I think should hear their name called fairly soon.
I don't remember. Did Chris Bell get called?
No.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
That'll be an interesting study to see where he goes.
Yep.
We just saw TJ.
Zachariah Branch.
Yeah.
That's another one too.
Yep. Emmanuel Pregnon and Avian Terrell.
Nobody said Rodriguez, right?
No.
No,
Right,
no.
not yet.
We just saw Boston go.
Yep.
We haven't seen CJ Allen go. I think we're going to wait on the linebackers. I don't know if we're going to get too many tonight. Maybe
Well, I
around.
think there'll be a run. I think there will be a linebacker run tonight.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Zion. Nobody took Zion Young yet, right?
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
really good
I
player.
got some
He
names.
could be
still
the next
hanging
edge,
around.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's got some off the field, maybe not red, but let's say orange flags.
I can agree with that.
Is it enough to drop him to the criminal round?
It's not quite enough to do that, but it's enough to move him to the latter part of the second, probably.
Okay. Folks, when we say the criminal round, we're in that 4-5 range. Where
Yeah.
now you're not
Good
afraid
player. Yeah.
to take a good player with a checkered pass. It doesn't really hurt your draft at that point.
Yeah.
'cause- yeah.
Xavier Harris will probably that's my guy that goes in the 4th or 5th. That's got a little bit better tape than the 4th and the 5th.
Yep.
Matter of fact, Greg, who was the corner? Ohio State, played for the Cowboys. Parcells drafted him. Off the field, had the worst reputation. On the field, was all right. Little thick body though. He's like 5'10". He was like kind of how I was when I played, 5'10", about 210. Derrick Ross.
Derrick Ross. Yep.
Derrick Ross. See, I told you I'm horrible with names, but when they pop, right? Derrick Ross.
That's a name I have not thought of in a while.
Yes.
And
Derrick Ross is that guy.
goes Jacob Rodriguez to the Dolphins.
There
Right?
we go.
Here you go.
There you are.
Excellent pick.
Jacob Rodriguez is going to force 3 fumbles against the Buffalo Bills. He's going to intercept Josh Allen 4 times. I'm just going to enjoy all of this. Oh, hi.
So rude.
Hi,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
See,
I beg to differ. Well, their inside linebackers are Jordan Brooks and Tyrell Dodson, so they definitely need linebackers
Yes.
real bad.
Yeah. Nobody there was going to keep you from pulling the trigger on Jake Rodriguez. Yes, that is correct. Do you think they called those guys first to make sure it was okay with them, Randall?
Probably not, I'd say. Tyrell Dodson was Buffalo Bills practice squad guy. Even though he had a better career or a better year expected than last year.
He did.
Last year than expected for coming from Buffalo, but still, you got to upgrade.
And there she is.
Oh, we have a trade. The Detroit Lions have built up.
Yeah, we're gonna say that about 5 or 6 more times in the next 20 picks.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if we'll get the details on that.
Well, Lions went offensive tackle, run one. Was that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
They went OT.
Maybe a cornerback here.
Okay, so the Jets get 50 and 128. The Lions get pick 44.
50, 148. Lions get
Pick 44.
just 44.
Yeah.
So this is 460. Did they do the math?
Mr. Calvin Johnson.
So 400 and 148. Well, I got you.
Cowboys are sending pick 152 for D. Winters.
Cowboys are what?
Cowboys are sending pick 152 to the 49ers for linebacker D. Winters.
Awesome. That is fine by me. I don't need to hear about the Cowboys screaming about they didn't take any linebacker, blah, blah, blah. There was always a guy available. God, Lord. I was so sick and tired of all of these guys. We need to draft a linebacker. There's guys available.
Right.
So 460, 432.
Yeah.
So their pick was 460. They traded it to Detroit. Detroit gave them 2 picks that totaled 432. So they left a little money on the table. That seems to be the going rate. People are giving up some money to go back.
So there is no 5th round pick any longer for the Cowboys.
Right.
Take the round off.
For which
And there
one?
went,
D. Winters.
No. What round was that?
Oh, 5th round.
yeah,
So they're out of the
152.
5th.
They're out of the 5th and the 6th. They got the 218 at pick 7. That's it.
Right.
There's a trade coming. They'll be back. I don't see them taking 2 consecutive rounds off. They'll be back.
So if you are the Ravens, you've got
Chris Brazzell would be my first guy.
I was gonna say you've got some opportunities at
For the next
positions of
draft.
need.
Yeah.
I agree that that's a player that'll probably be in consideration for them.
We're trying. They're happening a little too fast.
Yeah, indeed.
I wonder if if they've maybe got an interest in Ted Hurst, perhaps.
Yeah. Sooner or later, which I would guess day 3, they'll take another tight end to fill the Isaiah Lake
Just
likely.
because, they will.
Yeah, for sure.
So while we're waiting on the Ravens,
All right, so the Cowboys have now gotten their safety, they've gotten their linebacker, they've gotten their edge guy. I want a running back and a real tight end. Not named Schoonmaker.
I got it. I'm going to give you a guy that you can get late, Greg, that I think will eventually become an NFL starter, and that's John Michael Gillenborg from Wyoming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wildly underrated. I don't understand why he's in higher on more people's boards. He's a legitimate blocker.
Yep.
You can run to his side. Now, in college, he was blocking defensive ends. Now, I don't know if he'll be, doing that as that much at the next level, but he can certainly block 250, 260-pound human beings. Like, he's proven that he can do it. I'm not imagining it. I could look at him doing it. Good hands, too. Like, he's not, maybe Travis Kelce or whatever, but he's got good hands. He's.
I don't want to wait for them. I want this guy in the 4th round, and I want Eli Reardon, the Notre Dame tight end, who can block and catch balls. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, I
Because
understand your
Jake
love for
Ferguson
Notre
only
Dame
got-
players.
Jake Ferguson only got 4.9 yards a carry.
I get what you're saying. I think Gillenborg is actually even better after the catch than your guy, but I know what you like.
I'm going to stick with Notre Dame. Thank you.
I know you will.
Yeah.
So since we're talking about your boys, Greg, 4 picks in round 4.
Yeah.
You have your third round pick and then 4 picks in round 4. 112, 114, 137.
137.
Which one do you think gets moved so you can get your 5th and possibly even a 6th back?
I don't know if the Cowboys are going to not just take what they get in the 4th round and say, that's it, we're done.
Okay. Because you still have a 7.
Yeah.
But
and to me, that's UA Bernard, the big kid from Nigeria at 218. Thank you very much. Here's an international player who just unbelievable leaping ability and everything else. That kid was just unreal. And he, of course, would be a dream for Jerry.
Well, I agree with you. I don't know if Will McClay agrees with you. Yeah.
Well,
Greg, you have pick 90. Greg, you have pick 90. Cowboys still have pick 90. 92. Yeah, Buffalo will be looking to move up there, and we got plenty of picks for you guys.
Yeah, because they don't have a 2nd. 92 will be their next pick.
Yeah, we got 101 that I think that Brandon B will want to jump back into the 3rd round. We have 25, 26, 165, 68, and 69.
Well, and then you have they said those 3 4s. Now, I think the comp pick probably gets moved.
Yeah.
I think that one gets the one. 112 and 114 are too high to want to just trade those away. Unless you're only moving back 3 or 4 picks, then it's something different. But if you're going to move back rounds, I think that comp pick, because it's an extra, I think you could use that to get your 4 and possibly even a 6. I mean, get your 5 and a 6 for that.
Yeah.
You definitely do that.
What I would really enjoy them doing is exactly what I did in the Epic mock draft. I would like to take Kalon Black and then Aiden Fisher as another linebacker because they do need another linebacker. And guess what? There's 2 guys that just won a national championship, something that the Dallas Cowboys do not draft very well from our national championship team members. Well, how are you supposed to win a Super Bowl if you don't understand how to win a championship?
137 currently has a 38 value. That's real easy to replace. So, yeah, you can get a couple of picks for that. You can get a 5th and then even a 6 to go along with it or another 7. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I think that's the likely one. I don't see why you would move the other ones unless you're going to stay in that round.
Well,
Zion Young.
Yep.
To the Ravens.
There he
It's
goes.
coming soon. Yep.
Crazy explosive.
Yeah, plays with real violence and literally said that was his favorite thing about football. So he's one of those guys that you don't have to tell him. It's more of a woe than a sick 'em guy. He's going to play hard. He's going to attack the run aggressively. Uses his length and strength well. Really understand how to convert speed to power.
Mm-hmm.
Not the most refined in some areas. Maybe not the most tricky exactly. I talked to him a little bit at the Senior Bowl about, he's a guy that says he almost prefers to keep it simple. He doesn't have 1,000 pass rush moves. He has like 3. And they're pretty darn good, but he'll probably pick up more. He'll deepen the bag now that he's in the NFL, I assume.
Yeah,
Great.
he's definitely a high motor guy, but plays with mostly power, which is what I like
for
about
sure.
Because speed guys, when the speed stops working, if they don't have anything else, they're just stuck. Power guys, it's always a chance of pulling off a win, so a higher win rate. So Bucks just got their pick in, so they'll be announcing that shortly. But yeah, I like him because he just fits Baltimore. We always talk about the Ravens and having a tight like I said, DaCosta's that guy who goes out there and consistently adds guys that make sense.
Yep.
And I thought I saw Rondé out there and missed a chance to do a little work with Rondé. We both do stuff with Nexstar Media. He's in the building doing a lot of Buck stuff, so I was trying to sneak in there, but the Pewter Report guys beat me to it. So, he's announcing the Bucks pick, and let's see what we got here. Trotter, Josiah Trotter.
See, I said this is going to be the linebacker spot.
Yep. It's a really good
group. A lot of good one
this year.
Right. Yeah, super young. So he's great at defending the run, coming down, a thumper down at the line of scrimmage, shooting gaps, a lot of tackles for losses, which is impressive. Definitely I think just turning 21. So with the NFL bloodlines and being that young, he is destined for greatness, in my opinion. But what he does great is that downhill thumper, shooting gaps, defending the run, and he can grow everything else.
Yeah, we just saw his brother, hanging around the league for a couple of years, just a couple of drafts ago, right? But with Josiah, I see that range. He's very athletic. The range is there. I think his biggest issue is he's not the biggest guy. So when it comes to taking on direct blocks, he kind of gets engulfed. But he's a guy that can scrape. He covers in space very well. He drops in zone. If that quarterback breaks the pocket, he's quick to close. Right. So he does a lot of those things in space well. I think he's got to get better at squeezing through the trash when it comes to inside run and getting off the blocks.
Your Steelers have moved up to pick 47 here, Bill.
Yes.
I
wonder if it's for McNeil Warren.
It could be.
Ooh.
Could be. Look at all those ugly damn towels. What an awful sight that is.
Terrible.
Players I think are in consideration include CJ Allen. I just mentioned, obviously, a second ago, McNeil Warren is another player I think really fits. I can't fully rule out Zachariah Branch, but we kind of already have a Zachariah Branch, so I'm going to semi-assume it won't be him. Anthony Hill Jr. is somebody who could also be in consideration. And last but not least, Emmanuel Pregnon, because we love offensive linemen. Oh, yeah, and Ted Hurst also is a possibility.
All right, so they're bringing out – let's see, what Steeler legend is this? He's got his gold jacket on, so it's a Steeler legend.
Well, that narrows it down slightly, but not much.
Not one of the ones I recognize, but then again,
Stallworth?
It is Stallworth. I haven't seen Stallworth in that long. He looks so different.
Yep.
Alabama A&M's finest.
Jeremy Bernard.
Oh,
good pick. I'm a big Jeremy Bernard fan.
Uncle Jerm.
I don't dislike Jeremy Bernard. I probably would have gone with a different player, but yeah, Bernard's a good player. He's one of those players that gives you some flexibility, some versatility, and he can do different things. Really good after the catch. Not, and not a bad route runner, right? But just not super special at any one thing, though.
I think he's a really good Z, and I think he's sneaky in his yards after the catch. I think he's smart when he does it. He's just not trying to go ahead. He'll make his avenues. You could tell with his RAS because, I think his knock and why he personally fell to 47 is because he's not that speedy type guy. He's not the fastest. He's not that explosive first step off the line. Right. But if you looked at his agility drill, he had, a 6.71 3-cone. And that's what his game engulfs, is his ability to be twitchy, move in and out, get up, separate, and go. One of my favorite 2025 plays of Jeremy Bernard was, again, I can't remember, I think it was Tennessee, where it was a screen pass to Jeremy Bernard, and he was supposed to throw the ball. But the play got broken up, and it was about to be a 5-yard loss, and he turned it into a first down. Somehow gained 15 yards out of there and got a first down. That's Jeremy Bernard.
he's very good with the ball in his hands, and guys like that in the modern NFL are what you want, because yes, they use the screen pass now, just like college football does. But most importantly, the underneath routes have always been big since the West Coast came into prominence, right? So when you look at guys now, the mesh concepts, the drive concepts, all those concepts that involve that shallow cross, the option routes underneath, these are the guys you get that ball in space and they make people miss and go. And we talk about the NFL. What is the biggest thing that struggles now is tackling. Why? Because of the lack of physicality early in the off-season programs, right? We get to training camp, you get there, you're only allowed to pad up a certain one real padded practice a day now, as opposed to being padded up for 3 practices like we used to be back in the day, right? With the 3-a-days, right? So it's a different time. The tackling takes a while in the NFL for these guys to really get back to it. It's not as physical a game when it comes to tackling. A lot more of the, get them down any way you can, get them out of bounds, so and Falcons pick is in. But I think what you're seeing is guys like this make their money off rack and yak, as we say, right? Yeah. So, and I think that's where he's going to come in. And jet sweeps are another thing that made their way into the NFL. So they'll get the ball in his hands any way they can. And what's going to happen is that's going to be the most effective thing. He'll improve his route tree. He'll find better ways to release off the line of scrimmage and get open a little bit quicker and present himself to quarterbacks. But at the end of the day, it's all going to be about getting the ball in his hands quick and letting him do the work.
Agreed. Again.
I know a little something.
Yeah. I know that all with Joe Brady. I know that all too well. By like week 13, he entered in the mesh concept, but it was whip routes. So it looked like you were about to mesh, whip route it out, and then they would just bounce in the middle. Very impressive by Joe Brady. I really love to see that.
Right.
Watching his offenses, they're very good. I think the hardest part, and a lot of coordinators struggle with this, is when you don't have the quarterback that you're used to having, the guy that does everything on time, you struggle to find a synergy calling plays for that guy. And when he gets to that kind of situation where he has a quarterback that's not his usual system guy, he struggles to find ways to constantly call plays for him. And I think the better he is, the more comfortable he is with his quarterback, the better a coordinator he'll be. That's something I had to learn as a coordinator. I wanted a pocket guy, and I didn't have a pocket guy. And you're trying to call stuff that he has to throw 3-5-7, and he doesn't have the patience to get the 5-7. So he 1-2, I'm out. Right. Yeah. So you have to learn a synergy with your quarterback. He has to see what you're seeing as a coordinator. So the more he does that, the better he is when executing what you want him to do. And Brady will get to that point with other guys that aren't his main guy. And that's one of the hardest things as a coordinator to do. How does this guy skill set, what's best for him, work with what I do? I got to adapt to him. He can't adapt to me. I've got to adapt to him.
100%. I agree. Buffalo was also like last in average separation for the wide receivers. So mesh was like one of those things to create separation, right?
Yeah.
Manufactured.
And mesh is easy versus man. Everybody understands beat your man across. But when you're running it versus zone, the guys have to understand when you throttle down, that's when the guy's going to throw the football. So some guys throttle down at the wrong time, and the quarterback's like, he's on you. I can't throw that window, and it causes a whole thing to get messed up. So you have to find receivers that understand exactly when to throttle down versus zone. And it's not, you don't throttle down till you see green grass. Right? You don't do it when the defender's close and go, shoot, let me slow down. I'm going to run into him. No, keep running. It's zone. He can't hit you. Right? Just keep running till you see the green grass, and then you throw those, position yourself and throttle down. Right? So here's the Falcon selection. Finally, we've talked all the way through all their delays over here on the network. Let's get on with this, guys. It's the draft.
And yes, they reunite the Terrell brothers to, I guess,
that makes sense. Yeah,
it does. And that it was one of those picks that if I had known he was going to still be on the board here, I would have definitely predicted that that's where he would land. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think Bill, Scott Karasik that floats around the circles. He's been talking about this connection for about 3 months now.
Yes. And
So, go ahead, Bill.
I was going to say, the concern people have, of course, he did not test well.
I was about to mention that. that before 640.
Right, and he's not exactly bulky, right? I mean, it's one thing if a guy who's powerful, a guy who's 6'1.5" and 209, does that. You're like, oh, well, he's a strength guy. He's a guy who's gonna bench press guys. He's a guy who's gonna muscle guys, but that's not him. He doesn't look like that. So you're surprised when you look at him. You look at his frame because he's built like a guy, like a sprinter. I don't know if maybe he was nursing a slight injury or, not feeling great or, ate a bad burrito. I don't know. But when you watch him, he looks like a guy who runs in the mid to high 4.4s. Yeah. So we'll see, obviously, how this works out. But he's gone to one of the best possible situations for him. Obviously, he's around his brother, but also they run the type of defense where if you have, maybe not the world's best recovery speed, you can get some help.
Do you push him inside?
Yep.
They lost D. Alford.
That's right.
That's a possibility too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna have a.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade.
That is correct. The Panthers have jumped up. So they're on the clock. They're about to make a pick because time is running very low. So right now we've seen Terrell come off. The pick is in for the Panthers. So we're waiting for that to be announced.
Trade.
Yes. So we're waiting to see the
details. I'm behind. Yeah.
Yeah. What Carolina did to jump up. But their pick is in. And we're waiting on that pick. So you know what? It's the perfect time. While we're waiting on that pick, we're going to take our first commercial break. Since network is done theirs, it's time for us to get our first one in. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back more with Team NBS's live reaction show of the NFL draft here. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
What's up? I'm Desmond Powell, host and creator of the Mid-Post Podcast, where you can find raw, pure NBA commentary and analysis, isolation style. Join me every Tuesday as I face up the defense and observe the most intriguing storylines, trends, and moments from across the association. Then, once it's time to shoot, we'll explore other stats and tidbits that are so good they're nothing but net, while others might clink off the rim. And by the end of the show, we'll spread some love and honor an NBA star, past or present, who shine bright from this go-to area of the floor. There are a lot of spots on the floor to get a bucket, but if you really want to score, the mid-post is where you want to be. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out and tune in every Tuesday on your favorite podcast platform or YouTube, courtesy of the home team, 19 Media Group.
Keep it locked to our 2026 NFL Draft Reactions Show. More breakdowns and insight to come. How's your team looking?
Feet on the ground, but
Mark and Joe will have order in their court. This is your final warning. Right, let's get this started. I'm your host. Welcome to the show. Emerging from the smoke, I am your host. Welcome to People's Court.
so we come back to the Jets on the clock, where we're going to find out who Carolina traded for. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
Good nose tackle.
Yep.
End of the year, did a lot of good work for him in the playoffs. He had a good, really good. He's good at bringing pressure and being able to stop the run at the same time. I think he started getting first round buzz until his combine testing was not so great. I think his relative athletic score was under 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, he can anchor well. Ankle flexibility is impressive for his size. And then his ability to hand fight, counter, to get interior pressure. With 26 pressures, 2 sacks, and 5 QB hits, 10 and a half tackles for loss coming from the middle. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, so we're waiting on the Jets. But so recapping the last few picks. So Hunter, Terrell, Bernard, Trotter, Zion Young. We got into a lot of those guys. We didn't get too deep into Bernard. We got a little touch on him before we got into something else. But looking at the next picks, like I said, the Jets pick is in. All right, so we'll hear that one. But Steve will be very interested because the Vikings are up next, followed by the Packers, Colts, Eagles, Chargers. These next 5 picks, any guys come to mind we might be seeing coming off in these next 5 picks?
I think whichever team has the most liberal, forgiving, pick a term, medical team is going to go after Jamal McCoy. I wouldn't be shocked. I don't know about the Packers medical staff to know how they assess risk, but they could sure use him. That's one of the lane spots I think is possible for him. Somebody is going to pull the trigger on CJ Allen, I think, soon. I think that we'll see in the next, couple of picks. I'll be surprised if we don't see somebody give Brandon Cisse a home. And I guess the other player that I think comes off the board fairly soon is probably Zachariah Branch.
So it's really intriguing to me because that trade was the Vikings and the Panthers. Well, the Vikings are on the clock now, so they were going to pick anyway. So the Panthers felt the need to jump the Jets to get Lee Hunter. Intriguing to me. I didn't realize he would be, that much in demand right now that you'd have to jump over somebody to get to him. I could see, if they
good Lord, I can't stomach all these guys, and they're green, and they're go, blah, blah, blah. I can't handle those Jets fans. It drives me insane.
Greg, I lived with him for 40-something years.
I know.
Trust me, their grief is justified. Okay, they're frustrated.
Their loudness is not justified. You suck as an organization. Sit there and applaud your pick and leave everybody else alone.
No, they don't.
Fans get to do whatever they want.
Greg,
That's the fans.
You don't understand. Okay, there are certain stadiums in the NFL you do not go to and cheer for your team if you are a visitor. Philadelphia is one.
That is number one.
I went to the old Veteran Stadium as a Cowboys fan, and I never had an issue. Not one issue.
You were a rare bird, my friend, because I've seen how they treat Cowboy fans, and the Cowboy fans, even from Philly, right? But nevertheless, But Jet fans are unforgiving. Okay, so I've been to a Cowboy Jet game, and there were about 12 ejections, and they were none of them Cowboy fans, right?
Oh yeah.
I've been to Jet Seahawks games. Matter of fact, I remember being at a Jet Seahawk game when Joey Galloway was a Seahawk. Returns a punt for a touchdown. There was a row of Seahawk fans there.
Yeah.
They started hooping and hollering when he went to the house. They wore every beer in the row behind him. Right?
Oh yeah.
Fans are that petty. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So there's a reason showing him in Mobile at the hotel at the convention center. Yeah. D'Angelo Ponds.
There we go.
Yeah, we knew he was coming off somewhere.
Solid pick. Good landing spot for him.
Do they try him outside?
Abandon its corners. Yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah.
D'Angelo can play inside or outside. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
I think it does. I think he's going to be an inside corner.
Yeah.
He's about a 5'9" corner.
Yeah.
You're not going to put him out there with the 6'3", 6'4" guys too often. You're going to leave him in a slot where he doesn't get out jumped most of the time. So that makes sense.
Okay, so could
what years? How did I survive? I'm a New Yorker. You survive, Steve. yeah. I can survive living with Jet fans because even though I may not have been a Jet fan, I'm a New Yorker. I know how to survive. But yes, yes. Even though I live in Florida now, I am still a New Yorker. I just a New Yorker that lives in Florida. I'm not a Floridian. Yeah, there's a difference. Yes, all right. So, So
this is one Floridian who's not going to be the Florida guy, okay? He's not going to appear in one of those silly jail-type situations that you see these Florida.
You're darn right about that. You know, I'm allergic to jail.
Okay? Yeah, right. First of all, and also Jeff does not like to be caught shirtless, out of doors too often either. For whatever reason, Florida man seems never to be wearing a shirt when they apprehend him. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah.
When I was shirtless, there was a 6-pack involved. Now the only 6-pack I have, I carry around in my hand. So, when you were a young felt corner, you could do stuff like that. You know, I ain't young and I ain't svelte.
Those were the days.
Yeah. But yes. So the Vikings pick is in. Jake Galdi.
Good player.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they had years ago a guy from Iowa named Chad Greenway who was that space linebacker, and they have a bigger version, kind of a similar guy in Goldie. I mean, Goldie's a big body, but he really is best moving around in space. Mm-hmm. He can go forward and he can, hand fight and things like that, but he's best going at angles, right? He's best moving around. He can cover tight ends, and he's not exactly a pass rusher, but I mean, neither is Alvin Reese. But he can definitely blitz, and he understands. Once he has length and strength, he can affect the passer as a blitzer. And he also, like I said, is a guy that you could tell has some receiver or tight end or something in his background because when he is in coverage, he catches the ball. If the ball gets close up to him.
Yeah, almost 500 coverage snaps at Cincinnati.
Yep, and look good doing it.
Let's see Matt Brunelli. His article here where he said they don't draft cornerbacks until the 7th round. I don't believe that's going to be the case this year, Matt. I think the Packers will take a corner.
Now the question is it Cisse or is it McCoy?
I was going to say Cisse. He's got all the
Cisse.
He's got all the Packers thresholds because they have specific thresholds for corners.
Yep.
So going back to the linebacker we just saw taken, do you think this is the movement that we're seeing? Like we talk about how defenses are changing, there's a lot more sub packages. Linebackers got smaller in the late 90s and 2000s. Yes. It was forgivable to use that little 5'10", 5'11" linebacker as a will because you had 4-3 defenses. You could hide them behind those guys as the will. Right. Let them be a chase linebacker. But the sub packages, you only have 2 of them. Yes. So I think we're going to start to see this be the body type, that longer frame, athletic guy who can see over the line of scrimmage. So he's not like stuck behind the piles like the shorter guys are. Because that was always a knock when I played with certain defensive coordinators. They didn't want those linebackers that were as tall as me because
Golday 6'4" and 1/8. Sonny Styles is 6'5", as we all know. Yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You got to have, those guys got to hold up. They can't hide from the second level blocks anymore because there's not enough people to hide them from them. So I'm kind of understanding where it goes. There's an evolution in everything that we do when it comes to coaching offensively and defensively based on the changes in the game. The NFL has become a speed game in matchups, and there's still power involved in the running game. And you have to be able to take on blocks and get off. And if you're a small guy that's a chase player, you're going to have a hard time making plays. And I think that's where you saw some of the linebackers you've seen that come up from college and you're playing against the zone runs and you're constantly flowing and fitting. But then you get to the NFL where a lot more of those blocks come at you than sideways.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're going, this guy was so good getting the ball at the college level. Why is he struggling in the NFL? Because they're getting on you faster. They're better at getting at you at that second level. So if you're not able to stack, shed, and get off a block, if you can't step down and fill that hole quicker and then make sure you maintain leverage in the hole, you're going to have a hard time at the NFL level. That's
all of a sudden you got a faithful of Gray Zabel. That's no fun.
Yeah. You go, how's this guy getting pushed 6-7 yards downfield? Well, because he's taking on the block at 4.5 with no momentum, and that lineman's coming full steam at him. Mm-hmm. You go backwards in those situations. The best linebackers come up into the hole, fill it, and you never let that guy get ahead of steam to push you. Right. And we go, one of the things we always used to teach was bench press technique, because you shoot those hands out, and you get hands on him before he gets you, so you can control the action. And a lot of linebackers don't do that. They let the guy get into him at the second level. Then at that point, you're just for the ride.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how you end up on someone's highlight reel getting literally thrown out of the club.
I've seen that happen live on the field. It is never fun. And sometimes you get a good chuckle at a teammate when it happens. Good friend of mine that went into the Hall of Fame a couple of years before me. We used to play against each other. He was a left tackle. We played in all-star games together. That's how we got to get close, because the only other time he was pushing people past me. One of them was my starting left defensive end on one run, and I pissed him off. And the next time they got his hands on him, I came up on an outside run, and that defensive end got thrown 6 yards past me. Not pushed, thrown 6 yards. So, yes. If you're not prepared for that kind of physicality, you get thrown around. All right, so the Packers pick is in. We're waiting as he's reading a card that I can't believe it takes this long. Brandon Cease.
Finally. I finally know what Greg feels like.
What?
This has got to be the earliest since who was the kid that we had from on the draft show that time? Well, from Shamal Jean-Charles.
Yeah.
I think they took him in the fourth, didn't they?
Yeah.
No? Yeah. Yeah. So I think this is the earliest they've taken one since him. Yeah. Way to go, Gutekunst.
Yeah, good old Shamar Jean-Charles. Yeah.
And D. Winters was movable by the Niners because they re-signed Dre Greenlaw. Winters has one more year on his contract after this year. So again, the Cowboys have a guy for 2 seasons. He played well last year for the Niners.
He did.
With all those injuries that they dealt with, he played all 17 games.
He played,
and once again, another space guy, right? We just talked about that. Get him in space, let him flow, let him, read and react. And it used to be that you would, give a guy a downgrade when he ran around a block. Remember those days, Greg? I mean, and Jeff too. Right? Remember those days? Heck, Randall, you might even remember those days where that's why I wasn't as high on even Luke Kuechly, right? As I probably should have been, because it's like, why is he just stacking and shedding these guys? Why is he running to the backside and running around these blockers? That used to be considered a bad thing, right? That used to be good or bad thing. Now people are like, just make a play. We don't care if you ever touch a blocker in your life. That's okay. So I guess things have changed.
Yes, we used to call those guys the Matadors because they were
no.
Oh no! I am not taking on that block. You know, there's probably the most cheers Pat McAfee's gotten in the past month.
Yeah.
I don't cheer for the guy.
And
Period.
it's forced.
I don't like
And
the
it's
guy.
forced right now, right? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't have the volume up, but looking at his facial expression, it may not be cheers at all.
Well, no, he is a native.
He's just an entertainer.
He is he's a Yinzer.
Yeah.
But he went to that school to the south. And
Yes. Shout out to the backyard brawl being brought back. Now we just need USC and Notre Dame to figure something out. Even brought back the Holy War. So we bring back all the traditional rivalries. I don't care what you have to do it. Please do it.
All right. CJ Allen, Georgia.
There we go. Finally.
There you go. Definitely.
That's a really good football player. And I threw out the name Bobby Wagner last night, and he's got some Bobby Wagner-esque qualities, right? Productive and smart and average to above average. We just look at everything physically, like nothing jumps out at you, but such a great processor of information. And that to me, especially, when you don't have three linebackers, one of your linebackers better be able to do a bunch of different things at a fairly high level. At least one of your linebackers has to be able to figure out before the offense does what it's going to do, what they're going to do, so you can help get everybody where they're supposed to be when they need to be there. And CJ Allen's going to help people to get to the right place at the right time. Big fan of his.
As it was reported at the Combine that he called a lot of the Georgia defense on the field.
Yep.
What I like about him, and we just talked about linebackers, getting longer. He's not a long guy. He's only 6 foot, but he's a dense guy that moves very well, right? You talk about what he does. He sees run the blocks well. He knows which gap to shoot. He doesn't false step a lot. One of those guys that gets stuck with his feet in cement trying to figure out where the ball's going. No, he attacks. He's one of those guys that gets down in the hole we talked about and clogs it quickly. So those are things you need. We see a lot of guys that wait, and then they false steps to the hole, and the ball goes to the opposite way. He cuts it back, or they're late getting there, and they don't close the hole, and the running back squeezes out the gate. He is not that guy. So that's a very good pick because you're talking about a heady player, good eye discipline, doesn't take the cheese, right?
Yep.
Doesn't go for counter steps and all that stuff, and action going the opposite way. So he's one of those guys that you can come in. He may not take that long to get ready. He may be out there fast sooner rather than later.
Ah, Lord.
Brian Westbrook. That dude was a problem.
Oh, he was a big old problem.
Yes.
And another guy that came off of a serious ACL and managed to bounce all the way back had a 40-inch vertical, despite the fact he was not very tall.
Mm-hmm.
But he was explosive, quick, and tremendous hands. Now, wow! And the Eagles have done it again.
Well, they were going to take a tight end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Howie Roseman.
They took a big wide receiver is what they just did.
Pretty much. I agree with you there.
Yeah, well, we're both right. The tight end and the wide receiver, yes.
Yeah.
You're correct. Yeah. Whichever one you said, you're right.
But this is a guy is what they like, right? They like that tight end that's a matchup problem. He may not be the size of Goddard or Ertz, those guys, but what he does, he's going to be a nice move tight end that's going to create some bad matchups on that football field, especially when you start, motioning around the formation, right? He's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem. Trust me.
He probably has the top 5 vertical in the NBA.
Yeah,
correct. I was the state champion at the highest level of track and field in the state of Texas, and gives you that extra trick play, right? That trick play ability because was a quarterback in high school, was a quarterback in college at first. I remember watching him, battling it out for the quarterback job with Diego Pavia at New Mexico State before they both transferred out. And of course, Pavia talked him into following him to Vanderbilt. So he is a very interesting player. This is about where he should have gone. And he'll never be a real tight end, as Greg likes to call it. He will never be a guy that blocks in line for a living. He can block on the move. You know, he can chip. He can wham block and things like that. But yeah, just lining him up on DNs is not a thing you're going to do.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we.
The New England Patriots have jumped up. Yeah, and they have made their pick.
They traded a good amount, 161 and 202, I think, or 131 and 202 was the package to move up.
Right, so this is 55. So
yeah, 55, and Chargers got 63, 131, and 202.
Huh.
I feel like that's a big package.
Is this somebody targeting Jamad McCoy, maybe?
All right, so 63. 276 is the value.
Could this be like Dominique Orange?
Could it be Dominic Orange? Could be Jamad McCoy?
Could be Jamad McCoy,
55
yeah.
is 350. Did they make up the difference? So 276.
Could it be Zachariah Branch?
41. 202. I don't think they made up the value. I can tell you they made. Matter of fact, I know they didn't make up the value. 350 was the value for 55. They got 328 in return.
Okay.
Oh,
underpay.
Yes. First of the week.
No, we've had a couple.
Yeah.
Detroit and the Jets was an underpay as well. They only gave them 432 for 460. So people desperate to move back.
Correct. Yeah. I kind of figured that's what we're going to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So New England's on their pick is in. Jacksonville's on the clocks, followed by Chicago, San Francisco, Houston. We're quickly moving through round 2.
Mm-hmm.
We are on pick 55.
Yep.
9 more picks to go before we're in round 3.
Yeah. Yep. So people I think will go before we hit round 3. So names I think we'll hear include the guys that just mentioned, but also people like Malik Muhammad, I think, is going to come up pretty soon. I don't think he'll be on the board too much longer. Obviously somebody's risk assessment on Jamad McCoy is finally going to say, this is a place where it makes sense. That's a guy who should go somewhere in the next few picks. Jalen Kilgore, just mentioned Zachariah Branch. Anthony Hill Jr., I think, is called pretty soon. And of course, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren also, I think somebody.
Malik Muhammad was asked by the Cowboys on his 30 visit about being in the nickel. And apparently they were very impressed with the knowledge that he had because he didn't play that spot at all.
Mm-hmm.
But they were very impressed with his knowledge of what it takes to be a nickel. So there you have it.
Yeah, he's a good football player.
This looks
really
like
smooth.
This looks like it may be a military pick here. So,
okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Because they're showing all the branches of government with the football. So I believe
Landon Robinson?
Probably not, but that would be super exciting.
Yeah, I know.
No, not from the academies as far as the making actually coming on stage with the commissioner.
Oh, gotcha. Vikings are sending Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh.
For the 3rd round pick 98, and a 2027 third.
Huh.
And they just paid him 4-year, $100 million extension, including $50 million guaranteed.
That Sith Lord Howie working the draft.
He really is always doing something, isn't he?
Gabe Jacobs.
Yes.
Gabe Akis. There you go.
Gabe Akis. Yes. ILLINI. Okay, there we go.
Wrestling champ. Two-time,
Yeah.
right?
Two-time
Yep.
wrestling champion. Very powerful.
Very
Really
powerful.
uses his hands well. For those, if you enjoyed watching Tamba Ali, imagine a more athletic version of Tamba Ali, and that's what you kind of are getting here. Really efficient, once again, wrestler, but really efficient in his use of leverage and hand usage. Really strong. And I've got a couple of clips from the Senior Bowl talking to him, and high football IQ, which we don't talk about a lot with pass rushers or defensive ends, but you can tell he really understands football. He can play the run really well, too, once again. Some things we just talked about.
He understands how to set the edge.
He understands how to set edges.
Yeah, he does.
He understands how to sniff out things, right? You know, he sniffs out screens pretty well, things like that. Influence plays, he sniffs out pretty well. If things were to work on, he could still add a few more moves to his pass rush back, like most of the guys we're talking about. Like that seems to be about almost all the guys. But I really think he could end up being the guy at some point, you know, being the guy that is their primary pass rusher in the future.
I do think he needs to get a little bit better in the run support. I think misdirection gets him a bunch, and he could potentially start as a DPR so he can get that run defense down. But I agree. I think he has all the tools with solid length as well.
Yep.
Well, it depends, right? Certain defensive coordinators are going to embrace that play fast, right? Some guys like that play fast, play to run to the quarterback. So, he may, if he ends up with that defensive coordinator, he may end up with that style. You know, that's probably one reason why they took him. Certain other guys are going to teach him how to read the blocks, you know, rushes, do all that stuff. But certain guys are going to embrace that play fast mentality. We know Marinelli used to love to do that. Hey, stud, play fast. Well, that's what certain guys are going to encourage. The Jaguars pick is in, and we're going to hear that right now. Nate Burkitcher.
Here's what I'm going to say. I don't dislike this player, but this is a bit of a head scratcher to me.
This is a reach.
I was trying to be nice.
I'm not gonna be gentle about this. This is a reach.
Well,
what interesting.
I think look at the program, right? There's a guy that had K. Dotton, very K. Dotton-ish, big possession type tight end, not really overly explosive down the field when it comes to pass catching. Guy is going to be solid in run blocking. So I think he embraces that kind of player, and I think that's why he took him here. I think you could have got him later like you guys. I don't think
much later.
But this is the kind of guy he values. You know, you wanted an offensive coach. This offensive coach obviously has input in the draft room, and I think when you look at what he's doing right here. This is, like I said, he had K. Dotton. This is, if I comped him to anybody, that's K. Dotton, because they're not guys that are going to. They're red zone tight ends. They're third down tight ends. You know, they're not going to be the guy that's going to run up the seam when you consistently. This isn't Gronk, right? This isn't Tony Gonzalez, right? Yeah. So I see this is closer to old man Witten, not young Witten. Okay, this is, you can go down any one of them tight ends that, you know, they run Y option and sit in the stem and catch the 3-yard hitch. That's who this is. So even if you look at the highlights, you're not seeing him running these big pass routes for touchdowns. You see him catch passes on the outs on third down, catches over the middle and taking hits. He's a possession type, big body player that's going to give you something in a running game. That was K. Dotton for Tampa Bay. It still is. And that's going to be Kirkacher.
Sam Roush, the Stanford tight end, would have been a much better pick.
Yeah.
Roush, I agree.
Yeah. But again, it's where they picked him. That is just
Max Clare.
I don't agree with the value for the pick. I think there were better players on the board. You know, so, you know, that would be my board. It wouldn't be theirs. You know, so, you know, good thing is I can say that and still keep my job.
There you go.
He can. He's got to make that work. So good luck to him. The Bears pick is in. The Chicago Bears. Let me find the right one. There it is. A lot of orange in here. So the Bears are on the board.
Yep.
They haven't
People
taken a
say
wide
it's-
receiver, right? This could be Zachariah Branch.
This could be Zachariah Branch.
Yeah, obviously their head coach would absolutely, Ben Johnson would love Zachariah Branch and use him properly.
They only take Drew Aller if they want a backup for a long term, but otherwise, you take somebody that's going to help you here. So yes, I can see Branch being one of those guys.
I think they should go after the center
Huh.
because they lost Drew Dahlman to retirement.
Yes,
That is absolutely true.
I think you can go center. I think you can go linebacker.
Yep.
I think you can definitely upgrade that position. I think you can go D tackle. You can get stronger up the middle. You had some issues there. You can definitely go anywhere on that offensive line. I don't think you're done with that offensive line by any shape, form, or fashion. I think you're good on tight end. They've got plenty of tight ends there in Chicago, right? But, nothing wrong with adding another receiver, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like the center class, and since the center has been taken, I would think you'd want to maybe dip in there around day 3,
Right.
and get.
I would jump early.
Yeah.
Before there's a run on them. Yeah.
There's a lot of good ones.
Well, I like the kid from Auburn.
Lou.
Oh, yeah.
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 I like Golbin.
Yeah.
Connor Lou's good. I think Brian Parker II is going to have a nice long
Brian
NFL
Parker.
career.
Oh yeah.
Steve, you must want. I know you're Vikings. I know you cover the Vikings, but you must want Bears fans to stone you. I think they've got enough tight ends. Okay, I think they've got enough. I think they're good. I think they're good. I don't think they're done at corner either. I think
No.
the Bears could definitely use another.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, somebody at some point is going to pull the trigger on Jamard McCoy. So we're going to find out whose medical staff said, okay, all right, we're not thrilled, but we think we can get 4 good years out of it.
So we're not seeing the celebrating war room right now. So they've already spoken to who they're spoken to, and yeah, we're just waiting to see what the pick is. But they had a good pick last year in Colston Loveland. I
Yes.
think everybody would agree with
Yes.
this, right? What, they got to print a whole new card or something? Okay, come on out. Here we go. I'm all for, production value, but we're being a little absurd here with the length of this and around where we only got 6 minutes.
I didn't get to listen to anything yesterday that was on ESPN or NFL
I know who
Network.
that is.
Some people.
Jimbo Covert.
That's right.
I heard some people complaining about it being rushed on ESPN. Did anybody else see that as well?
I didn't.
I don't watch the ESPN coverage.
I didn't watch
watch
it
the-
either. I was
watch
just seeing
the
on social
NFL.
media, people said that it was getting rushed. Like there wasn't enough time in those 8 minutes. And I just find that absolutely ridiculous. But I haven't been able to see anything about it.
Greg Holiday cheers spreading to Jeff.
No. I'm just a stickler for good TV. Logan Jones, center from Iowa.
There you go.
I said they needed
Nailed
a
it.
center.
Yep.
I said they needed a
Yep.
center.
You did.
There you have it.
They did.
Yeah.
You're right. They really did. And that's a good football player.
Yeah.
Really good athlete and well coached. Once again, sort of obviously, coming from Iowa. I think I guess the main knock on him, if you want to call it a knock, is that he's better in the run than in the pass game right now. But one, they do still want to run the football, but two, I guess that's what they're going to work on is try to get him, get him brought fully up to speed about things he has to do as a pass defender, as a pass blocker at the NFL level.
Yeah.
A little light in the pants. I think they're going to have to do some body development too, because he's got a little bit of the Phil Costa thing going on. He's a couple of bowls of spaghetti away from 300 pounds. So
Right.
You got to get him up because he's going to get bullied by some of the bigger guys inside. And he's a great leverage, but there's very few Mark Stepnoskis out there that can play under 300 and still move people.
Okay. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade. Excuse me, ladies and
Cleveland on the clock, and the pick is in. So not those pesky Browns. They're tired of people talking about Deshaun Watson, so they're making moves today. With Joe Hayden back up for the second time. Killing me because he's reading.
Finally, Manuel McNeil Warren came up the board. I had a feeling he was coming off soon.
Yeah.
I like Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Starting to see the Toledo guys get some love in the draft, right? You know, Quinyon Mitchell.
Yep.
You know, now McNeil Warren in the second. You know, they're not waiting until round 3, 4, 5, and 6 to start taking Toledo guys. They're taking them early now. You know, Toledo Rockets getting the call.
Yes.
No, not the Mud Hens, the Rockets. Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
And we talked about how when you're playing with only 2 linebackers, and sometimes you're in that big nickel, you've got an extra safety on the field. He's going to excel in that
nickel safety
monster
role.
spur. There's a bunch of different terms out there, but whatever you want to call that player, he's going to defend the alley in the run game. Once again, he's going to run with tight ends, running backs coming out of the backfield. You can bring him close to the line of scrimmage. He can handle himself. And he's good enough in man coverage. Oh, yeah, it's a couple. That you can ask him to man up against certain kinds of players. You don't want him up against like the quickest of receivers, but
so Randall,
I've got a few people, Joe.
Randall, I want you to answer Joe's question. Who's still available that is a surprise to you guys? Randall.
See, Jermon McCoy is a interesting one that he should definitely go. I'm surprised that this is only the third safety taken in a good safety class. I think sooner or later we're going to probably a round 3 run is going to happen with Halsey, a lot of those guys, Genesis Smith, Bud Clark, Michael Taft. So we'll see the run there. Let's see who else is available. I'm surprised that other than the tight end that just went, but there's some good tight ends that can go like Max Clare, Justin Jolie, Sam Roush. You can go there in that tight end route. I'm interested to see what positions are going to start making their runs.
I'm agreeing with you. It's a safety position that I'm shocked.
Yeah, in a good safety class.
AJ Halsey is waiting till this pick.
Yeah, and I'm a big Bud Clark guy, big Taft guy.
Yeah. I'm not big on Taft. I'm not big on.
Marlon Klein, Michigan, off the board. Now,
here's your tight end run.
Yeah.
Yep.
Late bloomer, too.
Yes.
But he was better than Schoonmaker.
Well, he's faster. He's a different skill set.
Yeah.
Schoonmaker is very similar to Kirchner, right? Big.
Oh yeah.
You know, possession type.
Yeah.
You know, he's not that. You know, and he's gonna surprise some people.
Yeah.
Because I think he's still learning the game. You know, like we talked about, he's a guy that comes from Germany. You know, so football isn't the primary sport over there. It's caught fire. It isn't the primary sport over there. So he's a guy that he's learning the game.
It's called the real football game over there.
Oh, Jared, listen. For us, this is football. Okay, we crossed back into your territory. We'll call it football. But here it's football. It's soccer down here, right?
Yeah, exactly. That awful word. God, I hate that word.
I'm gonna say it like my southern brethren. We're all cold out here around these parts. Okay, down here it's soccer. Wait a minute. You were at Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know darn well it's soccer down there, don't you? Why am I saying this to you?
I used to tell them the same damn thing.
So yeah, it's Titans pick is in. So we're at that point. We're starting to move, and we're a couple of picks away from the third, where it's really going to start to speed up. So, and I'm digging the old school colors for the Titans. They kind of going back to the Oiler colors.
Right.
Yeah.
And this still bothers me how the Houston Oilers did not keep that color scheme. You know, the Browns
did it first until they figured they wanted to
Browns
rebrand
were always
themselves.
going to be the Browns, right?
Right.
The Houston Oilers belong to Houston. I'm sorry. That color scheme belonged to Houston.
No. I'm not as attached to it to Houston. Listen, I remember them as the Houston Oilers and all that, and love you blue and all that. But if Houston wanted the Oilers, they should have fought to keep the Oilers. They did. So
yeah.
You snooze, you lose. You know,
well, they did.
And they could have pulled what Cleveland pulled with the Browns, right? Because remember, the Browns were leaving, and they said, "No, well, NFL, you make them keep the Browns here. They can become something else there," and they became the Ravens. So if Houston wanted to keep the Oilers, they could have kept the Oilers. They didn't fight for it, you know. And when it's gone, you know, you don't miss it till she's gone, right? So you got the Texans now. Why are you fighting over the Oilers? You know, let them have it.
But the Titans need their own color scheme and leave it at that. I
could care less if they want to be pink and black, like the Hart Foundation.
That's
whatever
right.
they want to be, as long as they win. You know, you know, we don't. I don't care that the Seahawks want to wear neon green. They're winning. You know, so
listen. I love the Commanders' black uniform now. And that's,
which ones? The ones they just went to, or the ones they just got rid of?
The ones they just went to.
Okay. I thought the ones they got rid of were fine with me.
I like
that was
those.
fine as well. That was fine as well. But guess
I
what?
I like the road uniforms they had. They just got rid of.
Well, but I still like them in the black much better than their burgundy. I just think it's much nicer.
Listen, if you're gonna flirt with the traditional name of the Commanders, you might as well just go go all the way back. You know, they keep flirting with it, but they won't go all the way back. It's like, you know.
But again, that whole thing, because it's a spear, it offends Native Americans. Guess what, Native Americans? There was Greek, Romans, all these other people who used a spear as well. Guess what? You're not alone. You're not alone.
The thoughts and views of Greg Rector are those of his alone.
Guess what? I've got my own fight up here with the word Eskimo not being used for the Edmonton Eskimos anymore.
Oh. All right, so the Titans selection is in.
But again, you got the Florida State Seminoles. Yes, okay, yes, they put the spear in the ground. Is that a big deal? No.
Anthony Hill.
Did they approve that?
There we go.
There you go.
Yes. Well, we'll talk about Anthony Hill. We'll come back to the Native Americans and mascots. But Anthony Hill deserves a shine because guess what? He's coming off the board, and he is the latest in scraping linebackers that find ways to hit you as you come through the hole.
And a good blitzer.
Yes.
I
You
mean,
know, they're showing all the different things he does well, but I think he's way better attacking the football than he is dropping. You know, he's had some good interceptions. He's had some happenstance interceptions, but I think he's way better being aggressive downhill than he is dropping back and making plays.
Agreed.
I love the term happenstance interceptions. I'm going to have to start using that. I may name one of my fantasy football teams that.
You know, my first interception ever was a happenstance interception. You know, you fourth down, guy throws it up, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to take this from you. Okay, it's real easy, you know. But, you know, the second one wasn't, you know, but, you know, and many others weren't. You had to fight for those. But there's guys. Larry Brown had 2 happenstance interceptions in the Super Bowl. Right? You just happen to be there. Oh, thank you. You know, you didn't really want this, did you? So it happens. You know, you never discriminate what your interceptions are. You get them, you take them out of the way.
You gotta love them all equally, just like children.
You can stick the ball in the air and celebrate as you're running it back, just like Dion does. You know, it doesn't matter. You got the football. You know, Max Clare. So we're seeing it run on tight ends now,
Here's
right?
the tight end.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the hot position of the moment, tight end. All right. We got that run. We had the big run on big bodies in the first round. You know, then some and linebackers sprinkled in, but you're mostly getting the tight ends coming off right here in the late third.
And he was better at Purdue than he ever played at Ohio State. Because the Ohio State Buckeyes just didn't use their tight ends the same way that Purdue did.
Well, they rarely do. Look at
they've got wide receivers up the wazoo.
Right. But he can do both. He can block and he's a good receiver.
Yeah.
I think he was my tight end 3. I was a big fan of Max Clare.
And I know we were talking about mascots. The Seminoles have the full support of the Seminole Nation.
Seminole Nation.
Right. Yeah.
Everybody always brings that up when they talk about Cleveland. They talk about, you know, the Commanders. Florida State's able to do what they do because the Seminoles allow them to do what they do. So it's not really a fair comparison. Washington never asked anybody to be the
right.
Yeah, they did what they did. Same thing with Cleveland. They never asked anybody. Atlanta never asked anybody.
No.
You know, so they do what they do and deal with what they deal with. You know.
Yeah.
Now people have a voice to say, "Hey, we don't like that." You know, before nobody cared.
All I'm saying is they were not the only people on earth who ever used a
sword. No, I agree. Listen, nobody's saying it wasn't true.
Right.
You know, but
mythical
some people,
figures.
You know, especially when it's one with feathers on it, they kind of say that's ours. You know, you should ask us first. You know.
Agreed.
And of course, yes, leave the Commanders alone.
We washed off the stink.
Did you?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that because that whole DMV area.
Boss, John Madden used to say, "Winning is a great deodorant." So you got to win to get the stink off.
Yeah.
No kidding. All right, Jeff. It was Bills traded up to 62 for the Broncos for 66 and 182.
Oh yeah, they did.
182.
This could be Dominique Orange right here.
This could be Orange. Could it be Zachariah Branch?
I would think no, because DJ Moore is good yak. Shakir's good yak. This could be Ted Hurst. This could be Skylar Bell. They've done extensive work on Skylar Bell.
That's true.
This should be Drew Aller. They need a backup quarterback who can actually win a game for them in the playoffs against the team. And Drew Aller's that guy. Come on now.
Okay, sure. Let's talk about our playoff records for our QBs.
Fair value.
Yeah, fair value makes sense.
Yeah, 62 is 284, 66 is 260. Only a 24 point swing there. 182 is 19.
Yeah, there you go. What's Dak Prescott's postseason record again? I can't remember.
He's got 2 wins.
What is it?
Settle down. Settle down. He's won 2 games.
What was it?
He's won 2 games.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
He has never had a decent defense.
First team to lose to a 7 seed, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Shut up.
There you go. Don't start it. That Packers game was pretty embarrassing, I won't lie. They gave up before the first half ended.
Oh, was that a horrible, horrible game?
Yeah.
We are State Penn.
That's right.
I always do that. My sister-in-law and a few friends of mine are all Penn State alumni. So whenever I see them, I go, "We are State Penn." For those that haven't been to Happy Valley, there's State College, and right before you get it is a correctional facility. It's a state penitentiary, right? So State Pen. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Bills went for Davidson and Bino son.
Oh, yes. So he looks the part, right? He looks like a guy who should be a really, really good cover guy. But I have one truly, truly concerning issue is he is a grab artist. And he, in the more liberal college game, got a fair number of flags. I am worried about what that jump to the next level will mean for him, where they do not let you get away with as much contact as he likes when he's covering a player.
I agree. I agree when it comes down to that. I mean, great press man. I would say, I mean, I'm, with Max Hairston being drafted in the first round last year, Christian Benford just getting extension on the outside. D. Alford signed, Chris Gardner-Johnson signed as well with Cole Bishop. Kind of a surprise that a trade up for a cornerback was his cup of tea right now when there's Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard in on linebacker, Fedarian Mathis at nose tackle. I feel like those positions were more important to fill. But with that being said, 2 years ago, Christian Benford had 2 concussions. One of those concussions made Khair Elam come in for the playoff game, and Elam got torched. And then Max Hairston got 2 injuries in his rookie year. So it does make sense to have a good cornerback depth behind them to make sure that they can plug and play.
Right.
What bothers me about Igbinosun is the style of play. I think when you look at guys that constantly play through the hands as a corner, is we usually teach that to guys that don't have great ball awareness, right? So we're not going to tell you to turn and run and find the ball because you don't have a great feel for doing it. So what we're going to do is tell you when that guy puts his hands up, you play through the hands. Most of those guys get penalties at the next level.
Right.
So that's what scares me about Igbinosun is going to be the penalties. And it caught him at Ohio State, and it may catch him again at the NFL level. Guys that don't have great ball awareness have to use that technique, and those are guys that always tend to get flagged at the NFL level.
Yep.
So the charges, and
he had 16 penalties. I mean, in his defense, he had 16 penalties in 2024 and knocked it down to 5 in 2025.
Yeah. He did get better. He got better. I'm agreeing with you.
Well, I think the defensive coordinator helped because Patricia's zone coverages allowed him to see the ball a lot more in front of him.
Right.
Yeah.
Which he does that great when it's in front of him.
Yes.
But NFL, you're going to have to run down the field with those guys. They're going to pick on you even in zone. They're going to stretch you vertical even in zone. You're going to have to turn that back. The Fighting Hardballs have their pick in. So we'll hear what they have coming our way in a minute. But yeah, I think that's even when I coached guys like that, that was always my biggest fear. When that ball went up, if you're a guy that I didn't trust you, we had to teach you how to play through the hands, so we couldn't trust you to find the ball. That was always the big fear. When that ball went up and those hands went up on that receiver, if you got there a fraction early, was that flag coming out? In college it's 15, NFL it could be 30, 40. So that's always the biggest fear with those guys. We got plenty of time. We won't do the trivia just yet. We'll wait until we're in the middle of the third to get to the trivia. So, all right. So Sean Merriman, Mr. Lights Out.
Yes.
It's amazing these guys are reading these things with the darn shades on. That's amazing. He took them off. Yeah. Style points, Matt. Oh, yeah. Okay, these points are grab. Okay. Well, we got to deal with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
another guy that I still have my scouting notes on.
Yes. We're in the first pick of round 3 right after this.
Yep.
Jake Slaughter, Florida.
There we go. There's
go.
the interior offensive line run that we were talking
Yes.
about is back going.
And we still got a lot more to go. The kid from Florida State is out there. The kid from Clemson, the center, I believe is still out there. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got a bunch of centers still on the board. So we got a nice little mini run on centers. Not a big one yet, but mini run. Take that down now. So wrapping up round 2. What are you guys' thoughts so far?
Interesting picks. A lot of guys available.
Yes.
I'm surprised at the low number of wide receivers taken overall. I think there's a lot of really good guys that are available, and I expected a round 2 run, but it looks like it might happen in round 3. So I'm curious to see where Brazel goes, where Skylar Bell goes, where Ted Hurst goes, where Antonio Williams goes. There's a lot of wide receivers out there. Chris Bell hasn't gone yet, and he should be ready. He's like a 4-week IR guy, and then he's in week 5, in my opinion. He's running on a treadmill already. All these guys, I honestly expected in the top 64. Very curious to see what happens in round 3.
What about you, Bill?
I agree with a lot of what was just said, and Zachariah Branch, of course, is while he may have some limits to what he knows how to do in terms of the finer points of playing his position, I think that Jalen Kilgore is the kind of player that some teams going to, if they don't get in the second, probably first 10 picks of the third. When will we see our next running back off the board? Probably not until the third. I am interested to see where Malik Muhammad comes off the board. If not in the tail end of the second, I think he goes somewhere early in the third. And last but not least, though I keep sort of broken record, who is finally going to say? I think it's probably in this upcoming round. I think somewhere in the third round, somebody says we're going to pull the trigger on Jermon McCoy. We are not in love with the state of his knee, obviously, but somebody's going to say, I think somewhere in the third round, that we are, if it turns out that his career is short or whatever, we're able to live with it at this point. And I think that's what's coming up as well. Somebody's going to do that math and come to that conclusion.
Greg?
I want to see where Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson all go. These running backs need to be, Katron Allen, Nick Singleton.
Right.
I mean, those were the guys who were 1 and 2 last year. After the season, it was Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. Well, I didn't see their performances be that great last year either. But again, there's still 2 good running backs, bottom line. And again, when you see the investment that the Cardinals put into the running back room, well, now you're not paying off that $50 million money. There's still teams out there who need a solid running back.
Now, circling back to something you said, Randall, you were shocked by the receivers that are still available. We always tend to see is the more complete guys tend to go earlier, and the guys that started missing portions of their game start to hold on until we get to like 3, 4, 5.
Right.
You think a lot of the guys that we still have, or some of those guys that have the missing pieces to their game, that teams are like, we can wait. They're not the complete guys we're looking for. We have to take right now.
Yeah, there is. I mean, when you look at Zachariah Branch, I think like 66% of his passes were behind the line of scrimmage. So I think so that's his game. And then you have Skylar Bell, an older prospect coming from UConn. So maybe you're a little concerned about his transition into the NFL and such. But yeah, that's accurate. But again, I think we saw that 2 years ago in a deep wide receiver class. That's kind of deep here. And they all went, 34 to 42, just kind of push them out and went.
Yep.
Bud Clark.
Yes.
Oh, man.
One of my draft crushes, yes.
Yes,
one of my favorite players.
Bud Clark would have been our pick at 61.
Well, Bill Carroll, former safety, take it away.
So Bud Clark is not an imposing physical specimen. He's built like a corner, right? He's going to play in the low 190s probably in his career. He's weighed in, at the Senior Bowl at a very slender, I guess is the term about you, svelte. But you wouldn't know that from the way he plays. It's like he doesn't know that he's not a big guy, right? He's came in, I think, at 187 or something at the combine. He's I think 6'1" and an eighth or something. So he's, when you look at a guy who's 6'1" and mid 180s, you don't think he's going to be a tough guy, but he is. He enjoys the physical part of the game. He is a ball magnet also, right? We talked about guys who find the football finds them, however it is. I think he has 15 career PBUs or something like that, and then just can do whatever you need him to do. You wouldn't think a guy who looks like he does would be good in run support, but he is. He can defend the slot. He can do deep middle. He can come up close to the line of scrimmage and rock in the box in a way that you wouldn't expect based on his. I mean, I understand that he played at times in college as low as 181 pounds and played the way he did. I think in the NFL he's going to play in the low 190s. And I think of him as like a really, 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 really more athletic, more big play version of a guy like Quentin Michael, right? Toughness is sort of the heart, the basis of his game, but he's got enough intellect and enough ability to move, right? Because he's a really good athlete. I think we're at 4.41 if I researched it correctly. There's no real obvious hole in his game, but he can be a little too aggressive sometimes. He sometimes will, overextend, go places, maybe, and they'll realize he corrects himself, but by that time you can already give him a big play. And the first part of the word safety is safe. So I'd like him to be a little more judicious sometimes about when he decides to pull the trigger on certain things. But other than that, it's a really slight quibble. But other than that, I think he's a great value, at all the way at this point in the draft.
Using SAT words like judicious. Most people don't use it. Well, we're going to expeditiously go to a break right now. Right? And we'll be back with more the draft coverage here on Team NBS Media. 2026. Round 2, now round 3, as we are now one pick in. We'll announce the Cardinals pick, talk about that when we come back from this break. Stay tuned. so we are back, and we got some picks to recap here. So, Carson Beck to the Cardinals.
Oh.
Yep.
Tyler Onyedem from D tackle from Texas A&M to Denver.
Yeah, and you handled that name very well.
Well done, Greg.
Jeff, you handled that very well.
That was simple. There's not a lot of consonants running together. I mean, that's or it's not a Polynesian name. We have to enunciate every vowel. Well, those sounds weren't meant to go in conjunction together. So
I do like Anya. I can't even actually say his name. Greg, hit it.
Onyedem.
Thank you. But he works well at a 3 tech. I'm surprised that he went ahead of Grayson Halton. I thought Grayson Halton had more buzz going in that 3 tech role, but he's got a good first step on that interior, that sub 300 3 tech that can generate pressure on the inside.
Right.
Yeah. Got good length, over 34-inch arms to be in that interior too. Yeah. Big hands. His hands do not fit him. Fit his body. He's got 2 sacks. He had a forced fumble. 50 tackles, 8.5 tackles for loss. Solid overall guy. Little bit of a reach in my head, but if you like him, take him. That's not an issue for me.
Yep.
Raiders pick is in. It's Kieron Crawford. Auburn.
Yep.
Somebody needs to sell me on him.
I've told you, Keion Crawford played a very solid edge beside Keldrick Falk.
He did.
Keldrick Falk was always going against the right tackle. Keion Crawford always went up against the left-hand side.
True.
And that's the
feels
SEC.
like
Those are the SEC left tackles that he was going up against. He played very well.
Still feels like he would have been available a round and a half later, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's where I kind of have him. I like him. I mean, he only had 5 sacks, and 3 of them came against Baylor and Ball State early, and then he only landed 2 sacks after that. I like his length. I like how he uses his length. He really knows how to use it. He can use the long arm, separate, and then counter with a rip and get through him, and I like that in his power. Yeah, but in my opinion, he would have been available in the 4th.
I think the length was probably one of the things they liked about him.
Yeah.
He has some good speed off the ball is another thing. But he's definitely an unfinished project.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things you have to fix in his game. Will he be able to long arm guys? Yeah, he has decent arm length. But I think when you get up against veteran tackles, that one trick that you've been able to beat one guy with over and over again doesn't work 2 and 3 times. So that's where he's going to have to learn. Do you wait till he gets desirable another round? If you don't have anybody else on your board you really like, do you take him now? Possibly. I think if you can't find a trading partner that is not trying to fleece you to move back, then you might have to stick in there and take the pick. So maybe they listen. Sometimes we like guys more than they do. Sometimes they like guys more than we do. Right. It's just how it works out. And they're going to juice us for the Eagles pick. So we got plenty of time to talk here. So I'm going to go back. So we got into Onyedem, but let's go back to Carson.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the low-hanging fruit of all low-hanging fruit right here, that he goes at the top of round 3. Everybody's talked about this quarterback class. They've beaten it like a dead horse. And if they're not happy with that beating, they give it some more. So when we look at what Carson Beck's career was, and you look at where he's taken, we know the player he is. I don't see much of an increased upside in Carson Beck. There are some people that do. Some people saw it from before. If you ask Daniel Jeremiah, he's going to have glowing things to say about him. I don't see glowing things. I didn't see it before. I don't see it now. So I think he's going to be a serviceable starter, long-term backup. That's been my view of Carson Beck for 2-3 years, and it really hasn't changed. Arizona thinks differently. So, once again, sometimes we like the guy more than we do. What could they possibly see that we're not seeing?
He's experienced. He has, your classic sort of quarterback personality, which, depending on how you view that, I guess it matters to some people. I feel like if everything goes right for him, if everything goes right, he could become Nick Foles.
That's a fair comparison. It's a fair comparison.
Yeah. If everything works out. Now, is that a third rounder? Probably, I guess. Plus, with the quarterback tax, I guess, factored in. I can't be enraged at this pick. Are there better football players on the board? In my opinion, yes. But this is also a team that has a quarterback room they're not apparently sold on, right? So I think it's fair to say that they'll probably be revisiting this position again next year also. I think that's also something I would point out.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yep.
They definitely didn't address it high. So it's quite fair unless they decide to spend a lot of money this offseason. That's exactly what they're going to do. Picks like this make me really intrigued, right? Because we've seen guys fall and everyone goes, why is he?
Does somebody grab?
And then you have certain guys. Now, Markel Bell is the pick for the
Eagles. Well, we do like big body
mammoth of a dude. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I like Markel Bell. I liked him a lot. And I think he can be a tackle. Is he going to be an elite tackle? No. But I think he'll be a good starter. I don't think he'll be an elite starter. I think we've fallen in love with the elite guys. We're looking for that bookend that nobody's ever going to beat. Those guys, we don't appreciate how rare they really are. Some guys are just good. They may give up 8-9 sacks in a season, but those 8-9 sacks don't compare to the 80 wins that they had all season. So I think people get a little tied up in the guys that lock down. We have to have that lockdown. The lockdown tackles are rare, just like lockdown corners are rare. You want consistent tackles that are going to consistently protect your quarterback. We talk as much as people, it pains me to hear people talk about the Great Wall of Dallas. They only had one really good tackle, and he wasn't on the left side. He wasn't on the blind side. He was on the right. It was Eric Williams.
That's right.
Mark Tuinei was good, but Mark Tuinei could get beat like a dog by speed rushers consistently.
Yep.
And Clyde Simmons had field days on him.
Right? That's facts.
But you talk about big tackles, and Markel Bell is that at 6'9.25", right? Is that the too big to be a tackle conversation? Because he is big and he bends solid, but he doesn't bend great.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's very true. It drives me insane how everybody wants these elite players at every position now. It's not going to happen. It just doesn't happen in football. No team is going to have elite guys, all 5 guys on the line. Every down lineman defensively is going to be a stud and all. I don't understand this. As long as they're doing their job most of the time, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Philadelphia is the perfect place for Markel Bell when it comes to developing on the offensive line with a year that's going to have him start probably as a swing tackle and then work from there. I mean, I do like him too. I do like speed kills him. It's very easy to see that speed kills him. And then his pad level obviously is not at that best. When he has a high pad level, he can get pushed back even for 6'9", 345. He can lose his anchor on that, and low man can win consistently. So Philadelphia is a perfect spot for him to fix that. And so good for Markel Bell, kind of, Ty Simpson to LA. Best possible situation for him.
So Chicago's pick is in, and they go tight end.
Of course they go tight end.
For team personnel.
Well, I have a feeling I know where that's going. All right, and Sam Roush, you look at him, big body, 6'6", We know he comes from NFL bloodlines. But you look at their two tight ends now, Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet. The difference, Colston Loveland's going into his second year. Cole Kmet's coming up on the end of his rookie deal.
That's right.
So you do two things. You either extend Kmet or you bring in a replacement so you don't have to go paying top dollar to keep him, and he can go walk and you have a guy in-house ready to go. Because Loveland's going to be the dude. And I think they showed that last year. That's going to be Colston Loveland's team. So I think they're getting ready to move on from Cole Kmet after this season. The Niners selection is up. We're about to announce it here. Romello Height, Texas Tech.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Yep.
Of course.
His name is Romello Height, and for an edge rusher, he doesn't exactly have a lot of height.
No.
It's very tweener size. That 6'2" and change, 234, 239 in that range.
Very Hassan Reddick-esque,
Yes. A lighter version of Jacob Martin. Remember Jacob Martin?
Yeah.
Yes, coming out of Temple. I loved his film coming out of Temple. Just didn't have the long frame and, didn't have the elite get off, but it was good. Had quality. Is he still playing? I know he was just playing a year or two ago, so he's still hanging around the league somewhere. But he's had a pretty good career. Not the elite defender at Texas Tech, but definitely a big contributor at Texas Tech. So we're watching.
He also left that bunch of those fight on character guys. He left.
That's probably because they like guys with elite height.
Whatever they like there, it doesn't help.
Tell that to their head coaches. So the Commanders
could they be the team that finally says we're willing to roll the dice on Jermon McCoy?
I think you're going to see a bigger drop than this for McCoy. I'm sorry. I think he's just going to continue to fall.
Yep. I mean, you could definitely be right.
I mean, they're a minute away from. I mean, they'll get their pick in on time, so I'm not anywhere believing that they're going to miss this. Forgive me.
So the second is another player that might be in consideration. If they go with another defensive back, they might consider a guy like Keontae Scott. Other players whose names I think could be in consideration with Ted Hurst might be in consideration as well. And it's not out of the range of possibility that they could consider one of the running backs, maybe Mike Washington Jr., maybe.
There you go.
Or Emmett Johnson.
Well, we know the boss is eagerly listening to you. Well, the boss is eagerly listening, and they're under 10 seconds. Look at that. They're the first ones to tempt fate. And
yes, they are.
They haven't said the pick is in. Time definitely has run out. There you go. The pick is in.
It's in.
Okay. Ooh, somebody was doing the sprint. All right. So thank you, Washington, for spicing things up.
There you go. Does seem like a wide receiver is viable here.
All right, so we are in the thick of the third here, looking at how things are going. We went through Romello, right? We went through Markel Bell. So we've talked about every pick in this round. What guys are there that probably are going to fall to day three?
Well, Greg just mentioned McCoy, and he could be right. Like, if indeed people are really scared of that knee, that could push him down.
Yeah.
If people think that Zachariah Branch is a gadget player only, despite the fact he's super explosive and quick and really good after the catch, people may let him continue to slide if they don't think he can be a quote unquote real wide receiver. I think that we might see. I mean, Emmanuel Prignon should go off the board pretty soon, so I don't think he should make it all the way to.
Agreed.
Caleb Tiernan could fall down.
Could.
Yeah.
Jenny's Dunker can fall down.
Dunker could.
I'm a little surprised by that one.
Chris Bell could still fall down because
Correct.
of his ACL.
Skylar and Chris Bell could be available tomorrow.
Yep.
Again, the safeties are still pretty crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, maybe another thing that could be with the safeties. Looking at last year, my safety class is a lot more condensed together.
Mm.
But when I look at certain other positions, like I won't say tackle; those guys are pretty good.
Man, Mark Rippon is looking very old too.
Yes. Well, I didn't recognize. I was at USS Pro Day, and I didn't recognize Jeff George when I walked past him. His son was throwing, and I did not recognize Jeff George. And I've seen Jeff George for years, and I did not recognize him. I was standing right next to him. Yeah, but if sometimes you get positions where you have 3, 4, 5 guys at the top of that position, then you get a gap before you get to the rest of the group.
Right.
And if that might be what's happening with the safeties. You had a bunch of them at the top, and then there's a gap. And in that gap, you got other positions that are just graded in that area. These guys are going to fall until you finally get to the point where those guys are back in range. Then that's probably what's going on with safety. And we're going to finally find out what the Commanders' pick is. Wow. Matter of fact, last time I saw Mark Rippon was when his nephew, Brett Rippon, was at the Tribe.
Yep.
He's really saucing this because he read the card. He's still talking. Yeah, he's talking. He's juicing up flag. He's got a lot talking going on here. And now he's going back to the card. Yeah, so all these guys are enjoying their extra moment in the spotlight before they go back to everyday life. Don't blame them. How long did Mark Rippon play again?
Like 13 years, I think, something like that.
Yeah, 12 or 13.
Long run.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the quarterbacks in that era, he spent a little time with the Raiders. Didn't work out that well. But he's a big guy with a strong arm.
Yeah.
In an
Antonio Williams, by the way.
Right. Oh, there we go. Antonio Williams. They could use him.
Oh yeah.
I think he dropped to 71 personally because of his high ankle sprain this year. Because I think if he had a full year of 2024 and 2025 production, he would have been top 50 for sure. He's a smooth route runner. He's got good releases. He's a Z type, can be used in the rushing, has good vertical speed. I think he's an all-around package, but his week 1 high ankle sprain kind of lingered till about week 8, and then he had 5 really good games of production at the end. But I think it got dismissed with that kind of high ankle sprain. But great player.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that if you are a team like the Commanders, you're looking for a couple of things. One, you want to be able to do things with McLaurin and have other guys that could fit in around him.
Right.
And he's a guy that gives you a lot of slot ability, but if you don't want to take that away from Terry McLaurin, but you could actually interchange those guys a bit. Wow. I mean, Kevin Booth. This is another guy I don't recognize. Another guy that retires, goes from 300 and something pounds to Lord knows what he is now. Takario Davis.
Yeah, I mean, Look at Nate. Look at how small Nate Newton is now.
Well, I understand that he had the surgery.
He had the surgery, but
Nate
still,
had no choice. It was die or lose all that weight. But you know,
still, I mean that
Kevin
man
Booth went from playing to that.
Yep.
It's like Tony Baselli. I stood next to Baselli. It's like, who the hell? Baselli?
He looks like a blocking player. Yeah, he looks
the way
like a
some of these guys shed their playing weight kills me.
Takario Davis.
Yep.
The cornerback from the Huskies.
That's a good pick.
Yep. So for people who are fans of Nashawn Wright coming out, or his brother, but similar player, only more athletic, better athlete. But he is another guy that has length and strength. Probably better in off-man or zone than in a. I mean, people look at long guys and say, "Oh, press man corner." Not always. I'm not saying he can't do it because I've seen him do it, but I feel like he's better when he can get that sort of that triangle, right? We can sort of see the quarterback, see the receiver, and have an eye to what things are going on, around, and not just turning and flipping his hips and running with one single guy all the time. He seems to show a good sense of, what's going on and how to read out certain things, good route recognition skills. But, once again, as a guy who's over 6'3", you would imagine he struggles sometimes just in mirroring and matching just because of his high center of gravity.
Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia, goes to the Saints.
Kellen Moore gets another weapon, right?
Yes.
And now this is the guy we talk about vertical speed for tight ends. He has some of that.
Yes.
He has some of that juice. He can block, but he does a lot of the things that Kellen Moore likes to do. Kellen Moore, while he is a pro-style offensive coordinator, incorporates a lot of his college stuff into it. Yep. So you see those tight ends doing things that you see college tight ends do. They're not on the line. They're off the line. They're in that backfield. They're doing all these things. They're running split zone blocks. They're running waggle off of split zone looks. They're doing a lot of the things the college tight ends do. And he fits right into what they need. And we have another.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a trade. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but
the New York Giants have traded up. But yes, he gets another weapon that he likes. And he's starting to get more into his team and less into Mickey Loomis's team.
Right.
So you're not going to see the Taysom Hills playing the big tight end positions anymore. He's going to have to keep him as a gadget or use him for something else. But it's going to be the guys that he wants in place. I think we're seeing that with his draft. Guys that he knows he can use that fit what he wants to do and make plays in his kind of system.
Those poor children.
Here comes Kevin Booth.
Waving that terrible towel is just that's it's horrible. It's
terrible.
Yeah. And those people in Pittsburgh are being way too nice to the commissioner.
Well, you're done. Goodell's night is over. He's having this Michelob time for him now. It's Kevin Booth. Malachi Fields, Notre Dame wide receiver.
Oh, there you go.
Going to the New York Football Giants. Yeah, he doesn't know how to
shine, Greg.
We'll give you a few moments to have some grief on that, Greg, okay?
I'm all right. Malachi Fields was a decent receiver for the Irish. Is he going to be a game burner? No. He's a solid receiver. He does get up and get the football when he needs to. He's a fine receiver. That's all there is.
Great blocker, which is beneficial. And that outside. Honestly, I think Malachi Fields is a lot like Keon Coleman, and this is where Keon Coleman should have went in the third round sort of thing. So I think that's kind of a good atmosphere. I do think I had Malachi Fields in the fourth, and I think his his Senior Bowl tape is definitely what kind of hyped him up to put him in the top 75 right here. But yeah, I mean, I really love that he's a very good blocker. And I think that a lot of teams are moving into wide receivers being able to block in line in a 12 personnel to help with that, and then be able to disguise running routes out of there. So it works. I like that for the Giants personally for that team. I think that's a good fit.
I think he's the typical wide receiver we're seeing coming out of Notre Dame. The bigger body, not great separators, right?
Yeah.
So you got to use your feet. They either out athlete you on the 50-50 ball, or they're great at using that big body to shield the defender from the ball. But they're not guys that are going to separate. They're not guys that are going to win, on big-time vertical routes. And I think him, Miles Boykin, they're all coming out of that kind of mold. We're not seeing the big separators that we saw when you saw guys like
Tim Brown.
Well, not even, you don't have to go that far back. The Canadian that was just there, that unfortunately faded out in Pittsburgh. Tall, 6'4".
Oh, yeah.
I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he was one. The other one was the other St. Brown, who was great at college.
Equiminius.
But couldn't do it at the NFL level, right? But those guys could separate. These guys don't show that at Notre Dame, right? These guys show you the big bodies, all right? So I think what you're seeing is he's got some juice down the field, not enough to
Claypool was the guy you're thinking.
Yeah. Claypool, yes, Chase Claypool.
Yeah.
So when you think about it, he doesn't separate like that. He's not going to be.
Yeah.
He's going to have to use route running. They're going to have to use play action to get him vertical down the field. But I think you're going to see more of the big body catches, that deep in cut, on the post over dig combinations, things like that are going to separate him. And Corey, they're going to have to create the separation for him in the intermediate and down the field games.
Agreed.
All right, so Dolphins pick is in, and we're moving at that faster pace. So I don't think we'll be here until midnight tonight, guys. We'll probably be out of here at 10:30, not 10:30, about 10:45, 11.
Yeah,
and that's Eastern time.
Yeah,
I'm in Central, baby.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So yeah, we're going to be out of here at a decent time and get ready for tomorrow, the long day. And if you're not doing anything, if you really want to, all you draft heads that love this thing, we're here all through day 3.
Correct.
Okay, come on and hang out. We'll have some more trivia. We're going to break the trivia out in a minute, and we're going to make sure we give you as much of the knowledge that these guys have accumulated over the past year. I'm not throwing myself in that because I haven't done the work that they did this year. So this is the first year since 2017 I haven't put together a draft board. I haven't done a whole bunch of profiles. So I kind of feel like the outsider this year. So, the boss is asking questions. Got to make sure I answer them. So, what's the waiting on Miami's pick? Let's see. You know what? Let's drop the trivia now.
Okay.
Which team has never picked number 1 overall in the NFL draft? Broncos, Packers, or Steelers? I already know who that is. Make sure you put your answers in the chat. We will come back to this with the answer. Mr. Bill Carroll will give us the answer to this question. And a few picks. We're going to give this about 4 or 5 picks before we come back to this. Once again, which team has never picked number 1 overall in the NFL draft? Choices are Broncos, Packers, Steelers. Okay, so Caleb Douglas, wide receiver, Texas Tech, is the pick. All right, and that for the Miami Dolphins. As we see, they've drained their receiver room, so they got a lot of work to do there. But big body guy, not a tweener, not a slot /Z. We're talking about a guy that could play X. He can play in the slot, although I think he's more. You're doing it to hide him than you're doing it not really for his skill set. But overall, he gives you some downfield ability. I think that's a solid pick for a team that's rebuilding their wide receiver room. How about you guys think?
Yeah, height, weight, speed.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll wait. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I agree. Yeah, the height, weight, speed's good. I think he needs to work a little bit on his contested catch, high pointing the ball, and ball locating in the air. But I think it was a good pick. I had, Miami Dolphins taking Denzel Boston earlier, so that idea of having that big outside X is legit. I think he's a pretty good, decent route runner. He's got a bigger tree for 6'4" than a lot of 6'4" guys have out there. I always love to see a whip route at guys 6'3" or above. He can hit that. But yeah, can block as well, so that's good for the Dolphins.
Bill,
Yeah.
I know you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I agree with everything that was said, and it's his, I won't say inability, but his inconsistency in ball tracking, particularly down the field ball tracking, that doesn't make him a true deep threat. A lot of people look at a big guy who can run fast and think, we found a deep threat. But just like guys who don't become great outfielders because when they run full speed, they lose the ball. It's hard sometimes to find the football. I mean, it sounds funny when you say it, but it is a skill. Tracking the football when you're dealing with a defender, you're dealing with the fact that you're running full out and all the things going on, it is a skill that not every player has. And we can think without thinking hard about big, strong, fast guys who looked like, absolute, Greek statuary, who struggled to become deep threats or to even become sometimes serviceable receivers. I'm looking at you, Tyrone Calico, simply because they really struggled to track the football. And that's why the guys who grew up playing baseball, like A.J. Brown and other guys, I always give like a special check mark because those guys tend to be really good deep threats if they play, especially if they play in the outfield, because being a deep threat isn't just running fast and being big, though that both those things help. It's also finding the football and, yes, catching the football as you run full speed down the field. Sometimes there's a guy draped all over you. And that's the one thing that I think is, one reason why Duncan is available here, but also it's maybe what holds him back from becoming like an actual wide receiver one.
Well, don't go anywhere, Bill, because guess what?
The Steelers just took Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State.
I kind of I thought they might do it around later, but I thought that actually they would do that. I'm somewhat glad that they did.
He's a much better pick than the guy that they took from Pittsburgh a couple of years ago.
Yes, well, I knew you'd bring that up. In terms of raw physical ability, no offense, but there's not a lot of other quarterbacks that have that. Like he's. So I know people who know him and have talked to him fairly extensively. The good news is he's very self-aware, right? He really knows his flaws. The bad news, he doesn't seem to know how to fix them, or at least thus far hasn't. He does struggle with the processing side of the game. That is just simply factual. Simply factual. But is he big? Yes. Is he tough mentally and physically? Yes. Does he have a strong arm? He's in discussion for the top. If he's not number one, he's certainly no lower than 2 or 3 of the strongest arms in this entire draft class, which admittedly is a lower bar than some of the years. Competitive kid, right? Loyal, competitive. People want to play with him and play for him. But he clearly has an issue, particularly in those big moments where he tends to kind of shut down. He tends to get tunnel vision and not see things. What makes the really great quarterbacks really great is when those really tough situations, where everything's going badly, even a guy like Eli Manning, who wasn't great consistently, but in the biggest of moments could suddenly summon something and calm his mind when everything's going crazy around him and play at his very best when his very best was needed. If Drew Aller had some of that, he would be, not far behind Mendoza. But he does not. I don't know if you can coach certain things, but if you can get him to be more confident and poised, not just confident as in saying I'm confident, but like actually allowing confidence to flow through him in these difficult moments so that he doesn't take a bad play and make it worse, or take a potentially good play and make it bad, which is something he has done in the past. And then last but not least, obviously we don't know what the quarterback situation really is in Pittsburgh. But if he does get to spend a year with Aaron Charles Rodgers, who earlier in his career, when they brought in young quarterbacks, wasn't always the most gracious of hosts. But I think at this point in his career, he's a little more willing to share the recipe to the secret sauce and things like that. This could be really good for him if Rodgers does decide to play at least one more year. I think that's how the path to him being something more than what he is now would be the most likely path in my opinion, Drew.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. When I see what Drew Aller is, talent, but you don't see elite play. And well, you always want to look at a quarterback and you're trying to figure out how he projects. How do you project the guy that doesn't have the elite play? Right. And it's one of those things where people love the talent, but you don't see elite play. Even with raw guys, like Josh Allen was raw as sushi coming out of Wyoming. Correct. But you saw elite play at times. Mm-hmm. And you don't get that from Drew Aller. You get solid, consistent play until, you need elite play, and he doesn't really give that to you. Right. So taking him here, I think he probably gives you a guy that's a steady hand when he develops into something. He may have a career very similar to a former Steeler named Bubby Brister, who was never an elite play guy, but a steady hand. And I would love to see him take the next step as a player. Maybe he does. Maybe when he gets to the NFL, he figures that part of the elite play out. But you've never seen it from him at Penn State. And Penn State needed him to do it, and he just couldn't.
Right.
I think the Packers before took Chris McClellan.
Yep.
Which is a pretty good pick. I have random fact for Chris McClellan. The great Jerry Ostrowski, offensive lineman for the Buffalo Bills. His son pinned him in wrestling.
Huh.
Yeah.
Chris McClellan was a guy I found in summer scouting, as they say. And I was studying another player. I wasn't looking for him. And I was like, oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
He can play more than one position, which we are hearing a lot, I guess, of this year about the defensive tackle class. He can play 4-eye. He can play, 3-tech. You can move him around. He has some pass rush to him. I'm not saying he's, Aaron Charles Donald or something, but he has some pass rush to him. He's a guy that could be a 3, 4, 4.5, in the right situation, maybe sack guy. Solid against the run. He could be stronger. He could be, do a better job sometimes holding his position or being more square when things are run at him. He sometimes can get moved or washed. But yes, he's a good player. And I think he's, a rotational guy right out of the box. And, eventually could be, your main guy on the interior.
Well, we know that that's what they're looking for. They traded away one of their best interior players last year to get Micah Parsons. So you got to replace that. I think they spent some medium money to kind of bring in a couple of guys in free agency, but not big money. So while I don't think he's going to come in and be, Jerome Brown, I think he can come in and be a decent guy and a rotation for them on the interior. I still think they're going to have to do a lot of manipulation to get some constant pass rush on the inside and consistent run stopping there as well. But overall, especially with losing your linebackers, that kind of helps with your run stopping, the guys that are filling the gaps. But you got to keep those guys clean, and the guys up front do that for you. McClellan, I think, can do that. Once again, I think he's a guy you're going to game the free. You're not going to leave him against double teams too often. I think that's one of his weaknesses. But overall, a solid pick for me. Right. And the Colts pick is in, and we're Pat McAfee back out one more time.
Take a shot at Taylon Green.
That would be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, they don't
All
have
right,
first
well,
rounds because of sauce. They gotta get something in there.
Let's get the pick in first, Greg, and then we'll bring him on. We'll bring a guest on. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we're getting the guests, and when you got guests like Pat McAfee, they love to talk. So we're getting a lot of talking before the pick is actually made here. So
Yeah, he's not doing Raw, you idiot,
he's not even on Raw anymore.
or whatever.
Why is he doing magic tricks?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I like good TV, but this ain't it.
Well, the good
AJ
news is that the
Halsey,
safety,
LSU.
high quality safeties are finally starting to come off the board.
Okay, so AJ Halsey, finally.
All right. So
All
let's do a quick recap on Halsey. Oh, then here's our guest. So, Greg, introduce our guest, and we'll talk about Halsey.
Skoldoc, how are you, my friend?
Greg, I'm great. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well. You want to explain to the rest of this panel here what you explained to me that first night of Epic Mock about Caleb Banks and his foot and all that good sort of stuff?
Absolutely, guys. Great to meet you. Thank you for having me on. Greg and I were in the Epic Mock 26 where I met Greg. We had him on our show. We had a great discussion about our picks. First of all, Greg, I just want to say congratulations on what an amazing start to the draft. I know you had to be ecstatic that Downs fell and then you called the Malachi Lawrence pick at 20. Just what a great draft start for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And so we were in this draft together, and I took Caleb Banks in that draft, and I made a video on my channel just explaining the pick, and a lot of people were confused. I think I got him in a second round in our draft, but just explaining the injuries, and a lot of people were really down on Caleb Banks because he's a big guy with foot problems, right? A plus B equals C. And my profession is I'm a foot and ankle surgeon in the Chicagoland area. You can see house divided by me. I'm the Vikings guy. My wife is the Bears lady. And I explained, from my standpoint, I saw a player on film who was a large human who should not be able to move like that. His combine score was a 98th percentile adjusted athlete for his size, which was ridiculous. When you see the flashes on film, he looks like Chris Jones. He just wins with power and incredible burst. But the thing is, he wasn't super consistent with it. So, I was able to grab him in our mock draft in the second round. I felt amazing about that value. I felt like his true value is somewhere probably in the late first round. But lo and behold, the Minnesota Vikings take him at 18 overall. We were a little bit surprised in Minnesota. They couldn't pull off a little bit of a trade back, but in their discussions with the media, they said that we love this player because we felt like we got a top 10 type of talent in 18, and we feel like the only reason he fell was because of the foot injury. And the Minnesota Vikings have cleared him for the foot injuries. Now, myself, in the Epic Mock 26, I made a video with Greg detailing why I too feel comfortable with the foot injuries. So let's talk about them. So Caleb Banks, in August of 2025, in the training camp area of the season for Florida, suffered a Jones fracture, which is a fracture to the bone behind the pinky toe at an area of the bone where it does not heal well because the blood supply is poor. And by the way, gentlemen, please interrupt me if you have to announce a pick. We can take a break and announce the pick. Just let me know.
No, keep going. We're in a round where you can talk. We'll recap them 3, 4, 5 at a time. So feel free to continue.
I'll make this pretty quick. But anyways, he needed surgery for a Jones fracture in the 5th metatarsal, which scared a lot of people because that's a big man and that's a scary type of injury. Well, he had the surgery. It went well. He completely healed it. He returned for the season. He returned for the Senior Bowl, did his thing, threw around some guys like a rag doll there, and then he went and killed the combine. Now, the night before the combine, he felt soreness to the 4th metatarsal, which is the bone behind the 4th toe here. This is a different bone altogether, all right? So, unfortunately, he felt soreness. He woke up the next day, didn't see any swelling. He said, I'm going to be a competitor. I'm going to go crush this combine. He did so. During the sprint, he felt a pop. They took x-rays. He fractured his 4th metatarsal. In my opinion, what happened was he developed a stress fracture the night before that was not an acute fracture. That's why it didn't swell up on him like a balloon. He thought, okay, I'm fine to work out. He worked out. Unfortunately, that stress fracture went into an acute fracture. So we underwent another surgery, open reduction internal fixation, where they went in there, they put plates and screws to fix that bone. Now, based on how bones heal and how these injuries tend to respond in NFL athletes, the recurrence risk is extremely low for both of them. The Jones fracture is a little bit more worrisome if you return to sport before it's completely healed, but we know that Jones fracture is healed via CT information and the fact that he was able to kill the combine and never had pain to that area, okay? So really it's the fourth metatarsal that hung up teams, and apparently he's telling us now that he went on these top 30 visits and all these teams were telling him, we're not really concerned about your foot. We're fine with your medicals. So I think the media was a little bit more worried about Caleb Banks than the actual NFL teams were. Now, I still think 18 was just a little bit rich based on where I had him value-wise, but I can't really argue with the Minnesota Vikings that this is an uber talented guy with a height, weight, speed, and athleticism that you just don't find anywhere else except for the NFL draft. So, that's my spiel on Caleb Banks. We're kind of excited about the upside, but he does have a long way to go. He needs a lot of polish. But that's any questions for me about Caleb Banks and the injuries?
Very well said.
You already know that I already believe every word you told me already, so I don't have any other questions about Caleb Banks. I just want everybody that's watching our program to understand what his injury was, why it's all right, and don't be worried about Caleb Banks. Mm-hmm. Bottom line. That was the whole thing for me. What did you make of your next pick?
Jake Golday, correct?
Yes.
Yep. The uber athletic, rangy, and lengthy linebacker. From what I've seen, he looks like if he grew out his hair, he could be Andrew Van Ginkel. He looks like he's a clone of Andrew Van Ginkel, who's going to be 31 this year. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the Vikings to groom this kid who's probably going to start more off ball in the first year, but they may want him to cross train and be a little bit more outside linebacker, rushing the quarterback. They're definitely going to use his ability to blitz up the middle and that Brian Flores defense. I think he's a 98th percentile athlete, if I'm not mistaken. He was like 30-something linebackers from 1960 to now in terms of the combine. So he's an incredible athlete. From what I've seen, he does need to improve on his coverage skills, but that is very common with young linebackers coming into the league. So not much to complain about. I thought it was good value in terms of the consensus board. He was right there at consensus, and it makes a lot of sense for a team that desperately needed a linebacker. I would look to him to push to start next to Blake Cashman and be active with the blitz scheme with Brian Flores.
Bingo.
That 4.6 240, 1.60 10-yard split, 39-inch vertical, all 10.5 foot broad. Crazy combine for him.
I was a little surprised that he went ahead of CJ Allen, who went, I believe, right after him, not long after him. And then another guy Minnesota Vikings fans were looking at was Anthony Hill Jr. We were wondering if he might be a guy that they liked, but they elected for the rangy guy. If there's one thing that Brian Flores loves, it's versatility. And Jake Golday, to me, shows more versatility than those players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you because since we're talking about foot injuries in the NFL, one of the other common ones is Liz Frank.
Yeah.
Can you give basically a general idea of people what the Liz Frank is and how it's treated? Because we've seen different guys recover at different speeds. Some guys will come back in 4 months. Some guys will take a whole year. So it's something that I really haven't had too many players of my own or teammates in my time suffer it, but it's one that's happened quite common in the NFL.
I'll do my best. It's a tough injury to talk about without the use of a bone model that I can show you. But if you can imagine, the foot is made up into what we call 5 rays, much like the hand, okay? The big toe and the first metatarsal behind it is the first ray, the second toe and the bone behind it's the second ray, and so on and so forth, okay? The big toe and the first metatarsal are its own ray, and they have their own ligamentous connections. Okay. The second metatarsal and the second toe, the second ray, has a connection to the first ray via a small ligament that's called the Lisfranc ligament. It's extremely important for stability of the midfoot. Okay. If that ligament ruptures, number one, we need to make sure that there's no fracture associated with the bones that are connected to the ligament, because if there's a fracture, that almost always needs surgery. Okay. Whether that's a fusion procedure to fuse multiple midfoot joints, or that's an open reduction internal fixation just to fix the fracture and then put the hardware in there to get everything to kind of heal in together. The issue with Lisfranc injuries is that they are intra-articular injuries. It means that it's affecting the joints of the midfoot, and it almost always leads to midfoot arthritis. All right. So if it's a mild sprain where the ligament is either attenuated, which means it's stretched, or it's ruptured, but the bones don't move, we can do something called a tightrope procedure where we sort of fix it with a small rope that goes inside the foot. We consider that minimal invasive, or we just boot the patient for a while and they're out for 4 to 6 weeks with a boot. All right. If it's surgery, it's going to usually be they're out for the year. So there's varying degrees of that injury, and it's a nasty injury for football players, especially if it requires surgery.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
So where do you think the Vikings go with their next pick?
Yeah, it looks like they're on the clock right now as I follow along. I know that the positions of need right now are wide receiver, center, and running back are three of the top needs that I would say. There's been a little bit of a center run. I would say Sam Hecht is on my board right now. Wide receiver Antonio Williams is a guy that I think they really like out of Clemson.
He's already been taken.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I've been on a podcast right before this, so I have to. Yep, there's Antonio Williams out of Clemson there. So, I think a lot of the receivers that I've seen that they've met with, is Ted Hurst still available?
He is.
This could be Ted Hurst then. Pick is in.
I'll give you the rundown, the latest picks. So we talked about Halsey. Zachariah Branch went to the Falcons. Jacoby Lane went to the Ravens. Albert Regis went to the Jaguars. And now, Dominique Orange.
Oh,
no.
Woo! Big citrus, baby.
Great pick.
Talk about beefing up the middle. Wow. Caleb Banks and Dominique Orange.
No kidding.
Wow.
Huge.
Well, we're going to let you give your thoughts on this pick because it's your perfect timing to be here for.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Big citrus, Iowa State, huge nose tackle player. I'm a big citrus fan because my whole thought, and no disrespect to Katie McDonald, but a lot of people were mocking Katie McDonald in the end of the first, and my whole thing was, how much of a fall off is there really between Big Citrus in the third round versus Katie McDonald in the first? That's just the way that I felt. That's my opinion. I think that he's an incredible run stuffer. I've seen this guy take on triple teams in college. He does not move backwards. You can't get him to move backwards. Now, granted, he's not going to generate a ton of push in the middle. He's more of a pocket collapser via slow bleed up the middle. But that's why we drafted Caleb Banks in the first round. So talk about coming into the draft with an absolute goal of building the trenches with some beef in the middle of the defense. The Vikings might have just recreated the Williams wall, with Caleb Banks being the part of Kevin Williams and Big Citrus being your big Pat Williams. This could be fun.
He is what we would generally say the big trash can full of dirt, that thing that doesn't move out the middle, right? You can't move it. He is that. Okay, you love those as your one technique, or if you're an odd front, you're zero, because that dude commands at least two people's attention at all times. So your linebackers are free. You're able to blitz and do things with impunity, because no matter what, they have to commit at least two bodies to that big man in the middle that they can't move one-on-one. And that's the beauty of it all. It's a run game killer. And even in a pass game, he may not create a lot of pass rush, but you want to know what? That quarterback ain't escaping up the middle. So Chris Brazzell goes to the Panthers.
Ooh, good pick there. I like
Good
Chris.
value. Yeah.
So, what do you think about the quarterback situation in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think it made a ton of sense. It made all the sense in the world to go after Kyler Murray this year at $1.3 million. I mean, why wouldn't you do that, to be honest? Just to add a competition to the room. I fully expect Kyler Murray to come in and win that job, if you do want to call that a true competition. When it comes to JJ McCarthy, I have several videos detailing his injuries, and unfortunately, he's just had terrible injury luck upon coming into his NFL career. A lot of it has just been very fluky and nothing that's going to overly last in the NFL. The first year, he had a meniscus injury that required repair, knocked him out for the year. Super unlucky, but something that he's healed from and he's come back from. Coming into last year, he started week 1. He had a baby going into week 2 during the week. His little boy Rome was born. He missed a really important blitz pickup practice on Thursday. Fast forward to the game Sunday, home against the Falcons. He plays a terrible game, and he gets injured, high ankle sprain. He's out for 4 to 6 weeks after that. He finally makes his way back into the lineup after that injury. He suffers a concussion against the Packers. He comes back into the lineup. He suffers a broken hand against the Ravens. It's just been one injury after another, and it's really stunted his progress. I do think the kid has a lot of talent. He does need to work on the mechanics. I think the injuries led to a lot of inaccuracies on film last year that, quite frankly, we didn't see that level of inaccuracy at Michigan in college. So I still like the ball of clay that McCarthy is, and by no means have I given up on him yet, but I do think it would benefit him just to take a back seat and develop behind the scenes a little bit while Kyler Murray starts this year.
I agree with that.
Perfect.
Getting back, I just want to ask a quick question about getting back to Banks. An enormous human being, and I've stood right next to him, and his body composition is, I would say, unusual. On top of him being big, he's extremely solid. But my question is, in terms of his conditioning and things you want to do to get back into game shape, when you've had, even though the injuries themselves are unlikely to reoccur for the reasons you already explained, are there things that should be modified or approached differently when you're a enormous human being who's going to be trying to get that body ready for one of the most difficult sports to play? Are there things that must be done differently because of that?
Excellent question. So the Minnesota Vikings have one of the most cautious sports med programs in the NFL, and they notoriously slow play injuries. So there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be brought on in really, really slowly. They're going to get him on a nutrition diet plan. They're going to get him on a plan in the weight room that's probably low intensity in regards to lower extremity to avoid excessive pressure to his feet. And they're going to be working on his cardio and conditioning. Caleb Banks said at his introductory presser he wants to play at a slightly lower weight. That's probably coming from an echo from the Vikings telling him, hey, we want you probably 310 or something like that. So, yes, to answer your questions, I do anticipate this is going to be a slow ramp-up process, and I wouldn't be surprised. Now, the word is that he'll be ready for football activities in June, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Vikings slow play this all the way up to training camp and even ease him in training camp rather than having him hit the ground running in week 1.
Similar, I mean, like Buffalo drafted Deion Walker last year. He had the back issue, kind of the same approach. They just took it super easy until July hit, kind of did 50-50 in the camp. Then he was ready to go week 1 and hit the ground running with 100% healthy back. And from there, it was, Brandon Beane's best pick in the 4th round. So that sounds like something that Caleb Banks can go through and then just excel in year 1 as a rookie.
I loved Deion Walker last year, and I was really surprised with how far he fell. That's another human who is just built differently and moves differently. He played a little too high in college, in my opinion. Maybe that's why he fell a little bit, but what a great pick by Buffalo. And I wasn't surprised to see that he had a really good rookie year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I had a 2nd-round grade on him. I never wavered.
One of our colleagues, Steve Rogers, is asking, he covers the Vikings. Can he lose about 10 to 15 pounds and get quicker and body healthier?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine him getting much quicker because the guy plays quick. But absolutely, if you look at his body type, and I don't want to like speak like I know the guy super well, but if you look at his body type, I think that his frame could stand to lose 10 to 15 pounds and be a little bit more lean and keep his athleticism and his heavy hands. His numbers, and this is funny, I actually brought this up on my show. The reason that I had him at a late round value and I wasn't like as high at number 18 on him, it wasn't because of the injuries. It was because of the tape and the PFF grades. When you look at Caleb Banks, the player, he was very inconsistent player that has flashes, but it was inconsistent. So, those are the type of things that he needs to get better at. And, I don't think losing 10 to 15 pounds, which he should be able to do, is going to necessarily change his game or, make him into a worse player in the run game. I think he needs to improve in that regardless.
Well, Jeff, your damn Buccaneers just took my favorite receiver, Ted
Hurst, yes.
Ted Hurst. What a player.
What a player.
You did this last year to me with Egbuka. Those Buccaneers keep taking the wide receivers, right?
Yep.
Yeah. AJ Halsey was sniped by the Colts right before the Vikings. That's a player I bet the Vikings like too.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to Banks for 1 second, because he's had the 2-foot injuries. Let me jump back on before I switch screens. Sometimes a player, something about them can lead to these kind of injuries. For me, when I played, when we transitioned our home field from grass to turf, I had chronic turf toe. It was because I were long foot, long stride. I play a lot on, walk and run a lot on my toes. So it always caused it to flare up when I was on the hard surfaces.
Yep.
Is that something with him in the foot injuries based on how he runs, the way he moves, that causes a lot of stress, that causes these fractures for him?
Great question. So typically a Jones fracture, which is the first injury he dealt with, is more prevalent in people with a high arch foot type. And I don't know what his arch type is. He could have a higher arch foot. I don't know. But it's typically an injury with a clear mechanism of injury when your foot is plantar flexed and inverted, much like an ankle sprain type mechanism.
Gotcha.
And it's more of just a bad luck, the way you stepped or the way that you were blocked from the side and you kind of tried to catch yourself and you just missed your step and you put a lot of pressure on the side of your foot that leads to that injury. Another thing that can put extra stress on the fifth metatarsal, though, is just wearing cleats that are too skinny for your foot. If you have an extra wide foot, you better wear an extra wide cleat. And that actually played a factor in his injury at the combine. When he was preparing for the combine, he told us in his introductory presser that he was wearing a cleat that was way too narrow for his foot. He never should have done it. And that led to the soreness in the fourth metatarsal, which led to the fracture. So my thought process on that was he probably had a stress fracture leading up to the combine. And then that bone bruise or stress fracture, if you will, the fourth met, was worsened by the tight cleat in addition to sprinting in that cleat, which caused the fracture.
Now, see, I can
That
never
makes
wear.
a lot of sense.
I can never wear an Adidas shoe.
Yeah, very narrow shoe. I would love to wear Puma golf shoes. My foot's too wide for them.
Yeah.
They don't make them wide enough for me.
Right.
My foot's too wide for most shoes, unfortunately. I'm a double and triple E boot depending on the cut. So
wow,
yeah, it's not fun.
so for your turf toe injuries, did they put a carbon fiber plate in your shoe or your cleat?
No, I wish we had trainers that did that stuff. It was just ice and suffer.
Oh man, lidocaine injection.
Not even. It was just you iced it, stayed off it, and hopefully you were able to run when it came to game day in practice. We low budget minor leagues. You don't have all the training staff that you have with the pro level, so it was rough.
Yeah, that's a really painful injury,
and because it was old AstroTurf, so it wasn't even the next turf. It was Astro.
Really limits your ability to be explosive and run and push off. If people don't know, the turf toe injury, it's a ligament that connects the big toe to the bone behind it. So anything that causes your big toe to go up, like AKA running or, trying to be explosive and jet out at something, is excruciatingly painful. And so what we do is we put this carbon fiber plate in the shoe that doesn't let the top of the shoe bend up. So your shoe is just like flat the whole time.
Yeah.
So it lets you run. It's still going to be slightly painful. It just makes the pain so much better for you.
I didn't have any of that. It was, you taped it up game day, you iced it as much as you could, and you basically took whatever pills you could take to bear with the pain. It was that, and hopefully the inflammation would go down.
So Dylan Everett was taken by the Steelers, and then the Browns just took Austin Barber. So now we're seeing guys where I figured they would go.
Mm-hmm.
So the Browns took the victim at the Senior Bowl, Austin Barber.
Yeah.
We were talking about edge rushers, and the guy that was being deposited on his back in one-on-ones is the guy they just took.
Ooh, I just saw this. Malachi Fields to the Giants. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So yes, guys, any more questions?
I guess my final question is, how much can you change biomechanically someone who's 20, 21, 22 years old? Like you were talking about guys who are preparing for the draft and they go to, place X to train. And you said, Caleb Banks, this injury is at least in part because of apparently things that were done at this training facility, not to indict anyone or anything like that. But I've, talked to people who do combine training and other people who help people with increasing speed, explosives, whatever. But they're usually just concerned with now you're jumping higher, now you're running faster. How much can you or someone like you help them to make sure they first do no harm, right? While they are helping this person to run faster, jump higher, whatever, because it sounds like either they do not have the knowledge or it's not their focus to also protect the player in terms of things that can happen, in terms of things like stress fractures or other injuries that could take place.
Excellent question. So first and foremost, orthotics are the biggest thing that we can do, which is a shoe insert that goes in your shoe. And if someone has an extremely flat foot, it's going to at least offer some support in that cleat to protect their, posterior tibial tendon or their spring ligament, these structures that are important and that can get damaged without proper support that a lot of cleats just do not offer. So that's number one, is making sure that the athlete gets scanned for orthotics and has them in their cleats to protect their feet during the game. And the other part of that is a lot of these teams have, sports med program, and they are scanning these patients and putting them through physical therapy protocols to where they are looking for weakness in any aspects that they may have in terms of their lateral flexors or their dorsiflexors or plantar flexors. And they're always working on things to make sure that they're eliminating weaknesses so that they don't get injuries. I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yes, it does. Funny you mentioned flat feet. Supposedly, that was at one point, I guess, theoretically was a disqualifier. I'm an old paratrooper for service. Mm-hmm. However, I could step on a dime and tell you if it's like Philadelphia or Denver Mint. But I guess they decided, to medically waiver me or whatever it is, because despite the rather, this is a hint of an arch somewhere in my foot, but not much. But I managed to get through everything. But I definitely, when I had some like tougher landings, like during jump school and things like that, I definitely felt it. And I don't know how much. I mean, you said orthotics. I don't know if the Army doesn't care that much, maybe about those kinds of things, or as Jeff said, it can't be budget. Money didn't seem to be an issue, but maybe it's just a knowledge issue. Maybe people who are in these sort of larger organizations that are trying to process people through things don't understand how much something like, I guess, a fairly simple orthotic, I'm guessing, could change someone's career or life.
Absolutely. It's funny you said that. Just a quick story here. I went out to a physical therapy office in this area. I'm in the southwest suburbs of Chicago, and the office is called the Chief, and they have this state-of-the-art instrumentation that they do. It's this proprietary thing that they do where they put an athlete, they're working with NFL athletes here in the burbs. They put them through this set of scan and range of motion, and they have this thing called a boost treadmill, which can take up to 95% of your weight off while you're running on a treadmill. And essentially they have this program that looks at athletes status post injury or surgery. Let's say they have Achilles tendon rupture, and they put them through this protocol, and it tells them exactly where they are in their recovery, exactly what their strength ratios are, what their flexibility is. And they use this to derive a specific plan for the athlete, saying, yes, you are now ready to start doing single leg lifts or whatever. When we weren't doing that, these teams, everybody's just guessing. This is Dr. Lawson's protocol. At week 6, you are doing this. At week 12, you are doing this. And to be honest, like, that's very rigid thinking when everybody's not built the same. Not everybody recovers the same. So I was kind of blown away by like the way that medicine is moving in this direction. And the teams, the NFL teams, to my knowledge, speaking of Bears right now in my backyard, they are not utilizing this. They're not sending players to like get this done. The players' agents are doing it without the teams like telling them to do it. So the players are seeking this out, not the teams, you know, urging them and helping the players, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Pregnon just went to the
finally.
Yes.
What the heck was that about? He must have an injury or something we don't know about.
Well, no, he's a bit of an older guy.
Yeah. He needs to learn to play a little bit more in control too. I think he plays a little out of control, and you need to rein that in on him.
But he's a lineman. Usually with linemen, the age isn't as big a factor.
Team Messador, hello.
You know.
Oh, Greg, before I go, I got to get your thoughts and apologize, I guess, for trading the Eagles' Jonathan Grenard. I do apologize. We did not condone that. For 2 third-round picks, we were looking for more value. We were hoping for a second at least. And the Eagles, Howie Roseman does it again. He cannot keep getting away with this.
I know.
You got Roseman.
I like that 2027 third, though. That's a valuable third rounder.
At the end of the day, the value isn't bad. I was hoping for more. It's probably very fair. They are taking $12 million of cap space off our books this year and $24 next year, which opens things up, and it also opens up an avenue for Dallas Turner to start, which is important. But still, it's sending a really, really good pass rusher, in my opinion, a very underrated pass rusher. When you look at his numbers versus Max Crosby numbers, it's the value. Two ones versus 2 threes. The value doesn't make sense to me when you look at the pressure rates and stuff. Really, the difference is like the sack numbers. And Jonathan Grenard is the king of winning quickly and then letting the quarterback slip away somehow. But still, he's a damn good player, and that makes the Eagles stronger. And I love their Eli Stowers pick. They are going to trade A.J. Brown. Every move they've made is telling us that they are going to trade A.J. Brown. But they got Mekhi Lemon, too. I really dislike that. I like what the Eagles are doing.
Well,
are there Eagles fans on here? On the
No.
Okay.
No, actually, no. Although I do have a friend that just started working with the organization. So I told him he's the only Eagle I like.
Yeah. Done well, so he's in good hands.
Yeah, my fiance is an Eagles fan. That's about as close as we're going to get. And I was born in Philadelphia, but I didn't grow up there.
We had a trade. The Niners just jumped up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did Chicago pick yet?
Yeah, Chicago did.
Xavier Thomas is an interesting one.
Yeah. And Kalen Black, running back Indiana, to the Niners.
There you go. Right. Gone.
Those damn Niners. All right. My guy is 2 picks away. Who is my guy in this draft, Randall?
Elijah Surratt.
Uh-huh.
You going Elijah Surratt?
Imagine Elijah Surratt.
That'd be good. I like that. It makes sense to go here, too.
Yeah. If I end up 3 for 3.
I was about to say, I'm like, you're pulling like the Chiefs 3 or 4 years ago, sort of thing.
Bill.
I'll ask Bill because Bill was running that mock, and I nailed every Chiefs pick they had. Every last one of them.
Yeah.
Bill, Kalen Black, hometown.
Yes. I'm aware.
Virginia Beach. Yes.
There he is. There's a couple of and Katron Allen's another Tidewater kid. So I have seen him. From the time he was younger. He doesn't know he's as small as he is, right? He runs bigger. He thinks he's bigger. He plays bigger. He's not a scat back, people. I'm just, if you thought he was a scat back, you're not watching him. You're just looking at, I guess, maybe the height weight, but he will be a part of a back rotation or whatever term you want to use, which is what most backs are nowadays anyway. But despite not being the biggest guy in the world, he is a powerful back. He's agile. He's strong. He's going to be productive, even if he's just getting, let's say, 38% of the snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Could he be a Kenny Gainwell type? I think he could in the right situation. Maybe not quite as refined as a route runner, and his hands may not be quite. Gainwell's hands are exceptional. So maybe not even a poor man's, a blue collar man's Kenny Gainwell. But he has a lot of really nice. And somebody mentioned, Westbrook, right? Taking us way back. Not quite there, right? He's not that. But he's got some of those qualities. Explosive, hard to take off his feet. And for a smaller back, he moves the pile forward. So there's a lot to like about him.
And the reason why I bring up the hometown, Bill Carroll is a Virginia Beach guy. Green Run High School alum. My family's from Virginia Beach. I have two cousins that are Green Run High School alums. He was in the boxing gym with my cousin Pernell Whitaker. So the lines with me and Bill Carroll run very parallel. He's a Norfolk State alum. My sister's a Norfolk State alum. We go down the list.
Yep.
So we got the Raiders pick is in. We're waiting for that. The Dallas Cowboys on the clock, Greg. So we're waiting.
This could be Surratt.
Doc, hang around for a while. We want to get your thoughts on some of the picks as well. Beauty of this is we get to talk about multiple picks at once. It's not like round one where we have to sit here and beat on one guy for about 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. So this is the beauty of it all here. So we didn't touch on Xavier Thomas too much. So let's jump back to Xavier Thomas. Randall, you were saying that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, top 100 might be a little rich in my opinion. I think the idea of Xavier Thomas is better than the player Xavier Thomas, but he's got 4.28 speed on that outside, so he's a straight up burner. That's kind of where he is. He's got that vertical speed on the outside. He can work inside with some vertical speed, but he'll probably stay outside at his at 5'10", 192. The speed's there. I would kind of like Brennan Thompson at this point if you're going to go for that 4.28 speed. He's got only 1,200 receiving yards in his collegiate career, high of 500, only 7 touchdowns. Again, I think the idea of Xavier Thomas is fantastic, but I don't know how he will do so well transitioning to the NFL.
Yes. The player I remember thinking about when I was watching him is like Quez Watkins, right? If you can get yourself excited about Quez Watkins, you can get excited about Xavier Thomas. And speed does excite people in the NFL, just in general, obviously. I feel like he is not quite as developed. I mean, people, if you are not sold on Brennan Thompson, in terms of some of the things that he does, I feel like he's a little further down the line, though. Neither of them are the most deceptive of route runners, right? They almost, kind of tell you what they're about to do. However, I think that, and of course, contact is sort of both guys' nemesis, but I feel like all of those same weaknesses that they share are a little weaker in Xavier than they are in Brennan. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, like whose career plays out how. But situation obviously matters as well. But I agree. This is a player I thought would go somewhere in the 150s.
Yeah.
Maybe late 140s, early 150s.
Trey Zune the third goes to the Raiders.
Good pick.
Good
I
pick.
love Trey Zune.
Excellent center.
And I
The
think
Cowboys pick is in.
he's definitely probably best position as center, but I think he could play guard in the
Guard.
pinch.
He
could
probably
play
will
guard.
be playing guard.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, right. He could try tackle in a pinch, but I'm a big fan of Trey Zune.
But I mean, they already just signed Linderbaum. He's your center.
Right.
Trey
Right.
Zune's going to be playing guard.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he
Definitely
may
wanted him in
also be
Buffalo.
backing up Linderbaum while he
All right.
plays
All right.
guard.
I'm saying Elijah Surratt. I will be 3 for 3.
You're willing it to Jerry?
I had his floor around here. I mean, I love Elijah Sarah. I think he's my wide receiver 8.
And here comes both Pearson and Dorsett to make the pick.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Pearson's going to make the announcement, but he had to bring Dorsett with him to keep the crowd from lynching him. So,
But Mr. Pearson did not do very much against the Steelers.
although Cowboy fans may not be happy that Dorsett's walking out there with a terrible towel in his hand. So,
Yeah, but,
and Drew Pearson's trying to take it from him.
yeah.
All right. So let's see if you're right, Greg. You're calling the shot on Surratt. What is it with all the Surratt brothers going to Indiana?
Yeah. 3 of them? Is that the number, I think?
You're wrong, Greg. Jyshawn Barham, Michigan.
Oh, what
Okay.
a good pick.
All right, I'll take this.
Yeah, you will.
Good player.
Good play.
See, Joe, I don't have an argument once they leave that school, except, of course, for Taco Charlton and Mozzie Smith, okay?
Well, you get to talk good about this one, so let's hear it.
Yep.
Barnum, 6'3.5", 240 pounds, 4'6", 440. He is able to be an off ball and an on ball. He's got backside chase. He is kind of twitchy. He had a much better season in 2024 than he did in 2025. He had 66 tackles in 2024. He was also a former Maryland Terrapin. So
Yes. That's where I remember him from first. So
yeah.
You got Cowboys switching to a 3-4. It makes Barham be able to be that versatile guy. You can put him in so many different spots because he played every position on that. Played edge, Mike, and off. So great pick. I was really thinking that Barham would be the pick at 101 for Buffalo. You guys stole it from us.
I mean, he's speed, right? You talk about a
Yeah.
guy. You look at everything he does; it's fast, and it's violently fast. Right? He's not just the guy that's going to lay around blocks. He does have some point of attack strength. He knows how to anchor and force defenders to really try to get some movement on him. He has the ability to bend that blocker back, so he's not getting moved. So I see the building blocks they see in him. He has to come up with some pass rush moves. All right, because you notice his speed rush is his win. He doesn't win with a lot of other things.
Right.
So he's going to have to come up with a repertoire. I think that they have somebody, Marcus Dixon, who's supposed to be teaching that. So I think overall you're going to look at another tackle comes off. We'll get into that in a minute. But overall, you're looking at a guy that's going to add speed to that room. He's probably going to be an outside linebacker. He'll be out there. You're moving Leofau out there. I think he's more of an outside linebacker in the odd front than Leofau is. Although he did it at Notre Dame, Leofau was more of a traditional linebacker at Notre Dame that was just aggressive.
Yeah.
He is a edge rush demon that can rush the passer. You can drop him and he can cover well. Overall, I think they're going to use him a lot more as attack, especially in sub packages. I think really he's going to play a lot more sub package ball than base package. So Kagan Trost from Missouri.
Oh, Missouri. Yeah.
So who wants to give us a rundown on Trost?
Go ahead, Randall.
Yeah, I thought he was a little further. He's an older prospect. I know we talked about offensive lineman, but he had to go through Morgan State over to Indiana State, played for a while, got some eligibility, went from Wake Forest, and then 1 year at Missouri. Right tackle. I mean, played well transitioning from Wake Forest to Missouri. I was surprised at how well he was able to bolster up that right tackle. He's got a good frame. I think he can add a couple more pounds on that right tackle side, but only 7 pressures allowed on that Missouri team that was kind of wishy-washy in 2025. So interesting pick, and I think it fits. It must be their guy, so I like it, and you take who you want.
Gotcha. Doc, how do you feel about him?
Well, I didn't know too much about him. He's 6'5", 311 out of Missouri. Position rank was 13th on the ESPN board. He's got intriguing size and seems to be pretty athletic. So at this point in the draft, why not, right? Swing tackle for the Rams. I think that's good value for them at, what are we, 93 now?
Yeah. Absolutely. So we are really moving.
Yeah, we're nearing the end of the draft here. I know the Vikings have a couple picks at 97, 98 coming up.
Yes. Hang out with us. We want to get your reaction on those picks. We are due for an answer on our trivia question, so let's get that up now. So, Bill, we know the question was, which team has never picked number 1 overall in the NFL draft? The Broncos, Packers, or Steelers? And the answer is...
Yeah, so this is a fun one. For me, it's a fun one. I don't know if it's fun for everyone. There are a few teams, right, that have, but of these 3, there's only one of them, obviously. And when one thinks about, of course, obviously, we know where the draft is being held this year, right? I mean, for those that are, but the Broncos are the ones on this list. There have been a few teams. I think there's a couple others that also have never ever had. I think the Seahawks are one of the teams that's never had a first overall. Also, they flirted with it though a couple of times. The Steelers had a kind of a rough time in the '60s prior to Chuck Noll coming in there, and they got close, but they never actually got the number 1. But yeah, the Broncos have never had a number 1.
Yeah.
Here is your trivia answer. So we have a couple more. We're going to save those for the long day tomorrow. So we'll do the 2 tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
So we're waiting for them to announce the Dolphins pick. We didn't get into the last Dolphin pick, Will Kaepernick. Did I say that right?
Will Kaepernick, yeah.
Kaepernick, yeah.
He's a full service tight end. Not the most dynamic. I think most of the super dynamic guys are kind of gone already, but he's best as a tight end 2, where if you have your more, he's that seam stretcher, your guy that can, run slants and all these things, and then maybe break a tackle and run 20, 30 yards. He's not quite that, but yes, he can run spot routes. He can run curls and hooks. Obviously, the ever popular basic cross and things like that. And he's a good enough blocker. You saw some big plays even sometimes run to his side. So, at the collegiate level, at least, he's been a more than adequate blocker at the tight end position. I don't know if he's a good enough blocker to be a blocking tight end exclusively. But he can, but he doesn't have to be. He can also catch the ball enough that he's just a general tight end too. He might either be a backup, or if you play a lot of 12 personnel, he can be your other tight end. And more teams are playing more and more 12 and sometimes even 13 personnel. So,
well, Chris Bell just went to the Dolphins.
New teammate for him. It's Chris Bell, Louisville.
Yeah,
that's
Chris
interesting. He might have a path to play pretty early.
Yep. Yes, he might.
Goldock, what do you have? Chris Bell, do you think he's going to start on any IR early, or do you think he'd be ready rock and roll week 1?
Yeah, he's coming off an ACL, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Do you have a surgery date for me? I do not remember.
It was December.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so it's gonna be tight there. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. It's gonna be real tight. I think he'll probably start on PUP, to be honest. But that may delay him as a rookie to be able to really contribute in year one. So that's kind of tough. That's probably why he fell so far, to be honest, because I do like his talent and his size.
I kind of thought that they would take Keontae Scott, but okay.
Who do you think they take?
Keontae Scott.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Why is he still on the board?
I'm with you on that, to be honest. I think that would have been a good nickel for the Miami. But yeah. But I mean, it's still, they need offensive weapons for Malik Willis, and they got some guys. He might need some time to develop, but I mean, his repertoire is a lot of yak as well at his frame. He did gain his physicality from 2024 to 2025. So if you need any production out of him, you could start with what he knows. Throw him some slants, see if you can catch and run. And then year two, go off the rails.
Yep. Well, here's the moment for Greg.
Yeah, your guy Raritan is wearing blue and silver, but it is Patriot blue and silver.
It's horrible.
Eli Raritan, the latest Notre Dame tight end crop.
I apologize for asking more doctor questions, but how about Eli Raritan with you, Skoldoc? He tore his same ACL twice, right?
Oh gosh. Yep. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, the recovery is the recovery after the repair. It doesn't really get longer after the second one. It's just a tough mental, like on the rehabbing player. But yeah, that is. When did he tear that?
Let me get the exact times for you. He recovered from it completely. Let's see. I got December 2021 suffered ACL right knee. October 2022 retore the same knee. 2023 returned to action but was limited in spring, gradually recovering, missing first 6 games of the season, and then stayed healthy after that.
Oh, okay. So he's good. He's been healthy since 2023. Okay.
Yeah.
So recurrence on ACL, it's typically very low. So he got unlucky. It sounds like he did have some recurrence, but he's been good for a couple of years now. I'm not too worried about that. And his game isn't like being a freaky athlete, correct?
No.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's going to help out with some blocking. Yeah, skilled as a blocker, pass catcher, so he should be okay. Nice. Ooh, Jennings, my guy. Jennings Dunker.
There we go.
To Pittsburgh?
The Steelers.
Yeah.
So Jennings Dunker went to my rival high school. I grew up in the northwest part of Illinois, surrounded by cornfields. I graduated with 69 kids in my class. Nice class. So, and so Jennings was 10 minutes away from me, the school 10 minutes away from me. He's quite obviously younger than me, but my half brothers, half sisters went to Lena High School where he went to school. So it's very cool to see somebody make it in the NFL from my neck of the woods in 1A football. And Lena was a powerhouse with Jennings on the team. They won state football 2 times in his 4 years at Lena.
He goes from black and gold from Iowa to Pittsburgh. Not a huge uniform change.
That brings us on the clock. The Vikings are on the clock.
Yep.
Yes. So, Doc, while I got you, we were talking about Jamar McCoy and some of the hesitance it seems that teams are having with his knee. We were talking just about ACL. ACL, I said, it's different. You can fix the ligament. You can't fix cartilage. And he seems to have 2 surgeries on the cartilage in his knee. And would you think that it's because they're starting to see him as a degenerative risk?
Yes, I do. This is a tough situation based on what I know, which is from Twitter. Okay, so grain of salt.
Yeah.
I've heard that the issue is a cartilage issue, which is a degenerative issue. So we have 2 different problems at hand. Number one, I've heard that he needs the bone plug replaced. Now, the way that we treat this in the foot and ankle, I'm a foot and ankle surgeon, is that if there's a hole in the ankle, we have to take a circular saw and saw that bone plug out, remove it, and then typically use a cadaver plug and tamp it in there. So you're replacing the cartilage with cadaver cartilage. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't fully incorporate, however, it does take away the pain, and patients typically do okay. However, I've heard this bone plug is not taking for McCoy, which is super unfortunate. And it's looking like he may need another repeat surgery to repair that, possibly debride the surrounding cartilage even more, maybe add a bigger plug, maybe add what we call juvenile cartilage to the area, which is like stem cells, undifferentiated cartilage, to try to facilitate more growth of natural cartilage to the area. Either way, we might be looking at a scenario where he does not play football in 2026. And then the other part of that is we might be looking at a career that's just shortened, unfortunately, by the knee. So I think that's why we're seeing this fall. I was also told that if he gets out of the third round, that's when the guarantees go away. So there's a potential we could see him after this. I don't know. We could also see him not drafted. I don't know where this is going. But that knee does scare me. And I was telling a lot of Vikings fans, Jermod McCoy is the guy that I'm scared of the medicals, not Caleb Banks.
Yeah. As somebody that's bone on bone, I understand exactly. I didn't understand it earlier in my life when I didn't have that issue. And it was like, what's a degenerative knee? And then once you start losing cartilage, you realize that you can replace an ACL, an MCL, a PCL. You can't replace cartilage. When it's gone, it's gone. And as you get older, you have to wait for the major surgeries. I'm going to be 50 this year. I can't have knee replacement for at least another 8 years. So I have to suffer with injections for another 8 years. There is no other recourse for me because they don't want to do those surgeries twice. So when you're a young guy like this, it's even worse.
Yeah, I feel terrible for the player. He's so talented, extremely talented. We saw a fall with Will Johnson. I believe he went in the second, and this poor guy's it looks like he's going to get to the fourth here at this point.
Yeah.
Unless the Vikings shock us. We got the Vikings picking twice, the Seattle Seahawks, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars to round out the night. And the pick is in for the Vikings. We're just waiting for that to pop up. Now here I'm looking at center and running back potentially. So far, the Vikings have really stuck to their top 30 visit board. Emmett Johnson and Jonah Coleman were 2 visits from the running back position. I do see that Mike Washington's on the board, but he was not a visit with them. Jeff Caldwell was a receiver who visited with them. I'm trying to see if there's another top 30 here in this range who could go. They liked Oscar Delp. He's off the board. Yeah, so my guess is Sam Hecht, the center, or maybe one of those 2 running backs. Emmett Johnson, I think, could be one of these selections.
I'm a big Jonah Coleman guy.
I love Jonah Coleman too. The question for me is he too similar to what we already have in Jordan Mason? Very similar type of player, but Jonah Coleman does catch the ball better and does pass block better.
Yeah, my comp for Jonah Coleman was C.J. Anderson, for those who remember him from his days.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, all day.
I like Emmett Johnson too. I think that people underestimate the athleticism that he does have. He's not the long burner, but he is shifty in between the tackles. And, he'll get you some doubles and some triples. He might just not hit the home run for you.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, wow.
I'm higher on Emmett Johnson than probably anyone you're ever going to meet. So I'm just going to say yes. Thank you for
Caleb Tiernan goes.
Yeah, surprising position there at offensive tackle. But Brian O'Neill, who probably announced that pick on television there. I'm not watching the TV, but he's been announcing the Vikings picks. He's in the last year of his contract here as the right tackle. I do expect him to get extended. But our left tackle, Christian Darrisaw, is coming off an ACL surgery from last year. It was a weird year for him where he progressed back really quickly and was back for week 1, but then he kept going in and out of the lineup, and he was really limited in practice all year. It just seemed like the knee kept flaring up on him and causing him issues. Hopefully that's something he can put behind him, but that does scare me a little bit. At any rate, they thought that they needed insurance behind those 2 guys. And so they went with Tiernan, the offensive tackle from Northwestern, who has excellent size, 6'8", 323. Just a lot of length on him. It's going to need some polish there, but he can sit behind 2 really good tackles at Minnesota right now.
And you just added
He
Jacoby
can-
Thomas from Miami, safety.
Yeah.
Oh, what a good pick.
Oh, you like him, huh? You probably know more about him than me. So do you want to break it down?
Yeah, absolutely. Jacoby Thomas, I really like Jacoby Thomas. He reminded me a little bit of Jordan Poyer, where he's violent and physical in the box, but he can have some free range capabilities. So you use him as a duel. You get a guy next to him that's a duel as well, and you kind of disguise who's doing what. And Jacoby Thomas can come down, hit the quarterback well, 1 sack, 1 QB hit. He's a good tackler, but he also has some decent range to it. Buffalo had a meeting with him in the combine, and when I took a look at him, I was a big fan overall.
Sounds like a Brian Flores guy. If he can play near the line of scrimmage, be good as a blitzer, that makes a lot of sense. He's 6'1", 211. Brian Flores likes his safeties to be interchangeable if possible because he likes to disguise so much. So you definitely got to be able to play a little bit in the box and play deep. So I like your breakdown. It sounds like a good player for the Brian Flores defense here. Wow, the Vikings have gone a lot of defense so far in this draft. Caleb Banks, Jake Golday, Big Citrus, Jacoby Thomas.
Yeah.
All right. And cornerback Julian Neal is the pick for the Seahawks.
Oh, great pick.
All right.
Leaving the Jaguars was the last pick in the 3rd round on the clock.
One of the few bright lights of the Arkansas defense last year when it came. But he actually reminds me of Christian Benford. He's got I think like 4.49 speed, so he's not the quickest guy, but he really makes up for it in his trail technique, and he can play in great tackler, great blitzer as well. You can move him inside if you want, and I think it'd be a very seamless fit, or you could stick him outside as well. So high IQ, zone and man with his trail technique, and then he's a great tackler as well. It's kind of like for me like a Cisse light a little bit, and then you get, if you miss on Cisse, you can get Julian Neal.
And the Jaguars.
Yeah, I think that's really good value.
Agreed. I top 75 on Neal. I got to talk to his dad at the combine. Super nice guy. He's got great length for a smaller class too. 6'2", 202, 32-inch arms.
Jalen Husky is
nice.
Kind of a tough guy, right? Another one of the more of a downhill safety, I guess. There's some things to like about him. I was going to say real quick that I sort of called Julian Neal like a lower middle class man's Prince of Mukamara was sort of what I came up with when I was watching Julian Neal. But yes, I think that Husky is a guy who can almost play that, mini linebacker role a little bit when you essentially, that third safety, but he's the one that's rolled up close to the line of scrimmage. He has some coverage ability. I shouldn't say some. He has coverage ability, but I like him going downhill. Even in sort of coverage, I like him sort of backed off and then running up on, tight ends or slot receivers who are catching the ball close to the line of scrimmage as opposed to having to turn and run with people. But yeah, he's going to see the field. Maybe not as a full-time starter, but he's going to see the field, I think, fairly early.
So the last pick just broke 11 o'clock. So we got out of here at a decent time. We didn't make midnight like we used to in the years past. Good job, NFL, cutting down on the time. Doc, where can they find you? Where can they find you?
Yeah, I'm at on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, at @Skull_Doc. And you can find on my page there, I have a Caleb Banks video pinned. I do a podcast on Tuesday nights on the Minnesota Sports Talk channel. It's called House Calls with Skull_Doc. And I'm generally just talking about Vikings talkers, but we do talk about draft talkers as well. And if you guys ever have any questions, foot and ankle injury is my specialty, or just Vikings questions, I'm always down to jump on the show. And I just want to say thank you guys for having me. This is a heck of a lot of fun. Greg, it was great to be on a show with you again, my friend. Epic Mock 26
absolutely
was a lot of fun with you, and that's kind of how Greg and I met and how I got the invitation to come on tonight.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. You may be hearing from me because I seem to be finding more and more ailments as I approach mid-century. You
Yeah.
know?
DMs are open. Always happy to help.
You know. Thanks for hanging with us. If you're free tomorrow, I think we have slots open tomorrow, do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I got a full day. We got a little girl. She's got soccer games, and we got other stuff going on. But I appreciate it, guys.
Yes. Well, mine are both grown now, so I get to enjoy my weekends again.
Yeah.
I don't have to run anybody anywhere.
We got a 4-year-old going on 13. That's fun.
There you go.
And then we got a little baby boy on the way June 4th. So we got our hands full over here.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
You said 4?
Yeah.
So you're going to have a 4-year-old and a newborn in the same house, and eventually a 5-year-old and a toddler. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pray for me.
As we do in Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God bless you. So thanks again, Doc, for joining us. We're going to let you get some rest so you get your day going tomorrow, and we're going to get ready to peace out ourselves because we got a long day for day 3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we're gonna wrap this up with a nice little bow on day 2. Randall, give us your final thoughts for what we've seen today.
Yeah, I thought this round 3 was going to be kind of studied to figure out how round 3 was going to go, and I think it kind of is still going to be studied. There's a lot of wild things. Some blocking tight ends came into importance on day 2. I think that's super interesting. There's a lot of really good players left. So if anybody's leaving this day 2 thinking, oh, my team didn't do enough, there's a lot of really good players starting at 101 all the way to 257. So I think that there's a lot of value that's going to be held in day 3. When people talked about how this is a depth draft where you can get some good starters and then fill your team, day 3 is going to be an interesting day to go in round 4 and 5. You know, for Buffalo side, we have picked 101, 125, and 126. So I know in Buffalo is a little uneasy that Davidson Igbinosun went and we trade up for Davidson Igbinosun. But I think it was good when we have such limited depth in the cornerback area. You have 3 picks in round 4 to really make up for the positions that you think we need. So just for fans, be patient. I think there's a plenty of good players in day 3 that will fill the roster that you've hoped for.
All right, Greg, how do you feel about not only what the Cowboys have done, but overall what teams have done today?
I think any of these teams today, except for the pick by the Jaguars at their tight end position, I'm fine with. Every team took players that they felt were good for their boards, and even the Jaguars, obviously they felt that guy was going to be their tight end. I'm shocked that Keontae Scott hasn't been taken. Absolutely stunned. And if he's there at 112 tomorrow, I want to hear his name being called by the Cowboys. Like
Dane from The Athletic came out and right now and said Scott has limited appeal to being very scheme specific, and that's why he's dropping.
I don't understand. News. I don't understand that because Miami ran a very versatile defense. They didn't just go out there and play cover 3, corner 3, and so I don't understand that.
Yeah, you could be wrong. I'm just relaying some chatter because as we're talking about, I think everybody else is talking about it too.
Yeah,
well, I think he's a perfect nickel player though.
Yeah,
because he's not a corner, he's not a safety.
But right. It could be that
nickel. Right.
It could be that
he's only a nickel.
And sometimes we talk about, some guys, if you're only a certain kind of role, it hurts you. Right? If you're only an inside corner, you better be an elite inside corner, or otherwise you're a day 3 guy. Because teams aren't going to break their neck just to bring you in for day 2 or even day 1 and pay you off. Right? So we talk about the receivers. Guys that have holes in their game tend to fall back. Well, if you're a corner that can only play inside, you better be elite at. If you're a corner that can only play outside, you better be elite at. Right? Otherwise, you're going to have points to teams go, man, he's not really for us. Let's get the guy that could do a little bit of both. Let's get the guy that can play on either side.
Jalen
You know-
Kilgore as well being available is just
Yeah, that's one.
You know,
Especially with like the heavy set nickels that people
Yep.
athletic heavy set nickels. I agree with that one.
is why we see all these big corners go, and you go, but there are better corners that are more athletic. But some people, like people say, you can't coach 6'2", 6'3", right? That's a natural gift that some guys have, and they'll live with certain flaws and certain warts as long as his length makes up for some of it.
Well,
So,
which is why people end up taking people like Stanley Jean-Baptiste way too early.
yeah,
But I'm excited by like the defensive tackle depth. Unless I missed something, Grayson Halton is still on the board.
Yep.
Zane Durant. I mean, there's a lot of really good. We talked about corners. Willie the third.
Dennis Sutton is still available.
Danny D. Sutton. Jalen Kilgore is an interesting safety that's still sitting there for somebody. There's some really good. Yeah, we talked about Emmett Johnson, who I'm higher on than just about anybody else on the planet. Keith Abney the second is still sitting there. Brennan Thompson is still in there. Chandler Rivers is still there for whoever wants him. Your boy Elijah Surratt is still available, Greg. And then we've got Bryce Lance, who's still there. There are a lot of very Josiah Trotter, right?
Yeah.
Nope, he's gone.
No, he did get taken. He got taken.
Yeah, he got taken.
Okay. All right. Okay, he did get taken. That's good. He should have been. Sam Hecht still there.
Yeah.
There's some really good football players. Obviously, I'm higher on Katron Allen than most people, but I think he's going to be a good player for somebody who's going to go tomorrow. There's a really interesting sprinkling of talent of various types still available as we head into the third and final day of the draft.
Elijah Surratt still would be interesting to go to the Cowboys only because it puts more pressure onto Pickens. You better perform for us, bottom line, because Elijah Surratt will go out on that field and he will perform.
Zakee Wheatley is still available, right?
Yep.
Another one. Genesis Smith.
Yep. There's a lot of good safeties available.
Yeah.
Amongst pass rushers, Joshua Josephs is still there for you.
Mm-hmm. Max Llewellyn.
Thompson Jr., the DT from Florida State.
Yep.
Darrell Jackson Jr. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go top 100, to be honest with you, because his frame, just a monster of a man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other players that I like, Caleb Ellams Orr is still sitting there for somebody. Of course, I'm a huge, despite the fact he went to Naval Academy, I'm still a big Landon Robinson fan. Somebody's going to get him.
Repeat that for me, please?
Caleb Proctor.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Bill, please?
He is a naval officer. Now, Greg, the last I checked, they no longer have apparently a actual, I don't want to say coherent, but I mean, there used to be a time when they had like a stated policy regarding how they were handling people's deferments. And as of now, I guess it's just case by case basis. Is that what they're doing now?
Apparently.
Okay, well, so that might be,
I don't understand how the military is working these days because of other situations. But again, apparently it's all done case by case. So him and Heidenreich were both eligible, and that's it.
Right.
But it's weird because it became a blanket policy followed by a different blanket policy, and then all of a sudden, the next administration comes in, and then it's like we don't know what the policy is. They're just randomly saying yes or no. So I know there was one where it said that certain guys were grandfathered in because they came in at a certain point.
Right.
But it's confusing when it comes to the military guys now. Who's allowing to get the deferments or not? With that being the 100th pick, every pick after this has less than 100 points in trade value.
Yep.
So you're not going to see the big groups of picks moving around anymore. It's going to be more one or two picks accompanying the pick that moves. Because they don't need much to bridge the gap anymore. It's going to be real interesting to see who goes early tomorrow. I think we're going to see some of those guys that been hanging around, character, injury, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
It's going to start to come off. This is the cheaper rounds. We're getting into the criminal rounds. So we're getting to the point where, guys who've been arrested 2 and 3 times are going to be eligible to get their name called, so things of that nature.
And my favorite day of the year is tomorrow because Bill Carroll does not get to wear a tie. Does not get to wear a tie.
I am excited for that.
Yes. Well, I'll figure something out. But and of course, at some point tomorrow, somebody will take Jamar McCoy, and once again, we'll get to see, who has a plan or whatever it is for how they want to handle this. Because, as has been discussed, I think probably better than anybody discussed it. Right? Shout out to Skulldoc again. I don't know if anybody had the depth of insight that we had here.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to. You're going to know what you know, right, about that situation, and then decide if you can, live with it. But as now that we're, in this point in the draft, it's not as scary. It shouldn't be, at least.
Right. I agree.
Less money.
Right.
That's the scary part. You want
that's what makes you scared, right? It's the money that makes you scared.
Yeah.
And now there's no guaranteed money for these guys either.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
When you talk about salary caps, they don't like spending guaranteed money on injured players. So
yeah.
That's the fear. But he's made it to day 3, which is not what most people projected. So we'll see what happens with McCoy going forward. But that is a conversation for tomorrow, noon.
Yes, it is.
All right. So we'll kick off everything at noon tomorrow. We will be back to close this thing out. The 2026 draft that has been so good to all of us so far for 2 nights. Make sure you come on tomorrow, enjoy it, listen to the analysis, have fun with the trivia, and let's close this thing out in style together. All right?
Yep.
For Randall Slifer, Greg Rector, and of course, my man Bill Carroll, we're going to say goodnight. See you noon tomorrow here on Team NBS Media.
Hoorah!
See, only you can say that. I'll say
right.
I wasn't the Marine. Wallace Barnes II was a Marine. He can say hoorah. I'll just say Semper Fi Gunny.
There you go.
There you go. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night.